One started successful.
Oh, yeah. Good morning, good afternoon. We are back. We're going to be talking Idaho 4 now. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out with us earlier as we were talking. Whoa. Content warning, especially on that last video, right? Content warning. And we're going to get to Vinny here in a second. We're going to go ahead and say what's up. Definitely follow Say Add a Girl as well for these awesome banners and the animations as well. But we're going to get to Vinny, and guess what? Pastel, baby. Pastel tie. What's up, Kaleida Hope? D, number 3. I like the way that sounds. Renee, Scarlet, The Wandering Orphan. Ticket number 7. Tabby Cat. Renee, everybody. Brandy Wine. Thank you all for hanging out with us in the previous show. Silky should be joining here soon if everything's okay. Send her out a link as well. Also, Yoli, Unravel if you'd like to. Just let me know. What's up, Dream Suburb? Nina, what's up? What's up? Skittles, Dream Suburb, Linda, and what's up? Melissa, thank you so much for your kind words as well. Yes, I need to go shopping too. SM, yes, this is just we're switching to Idaho 4 now. We'll be talking Idaho 4 through the rest of the probably late afternoon, early evening, and then we're going to be having a game show tonight. We're going to be doing games tonight, so it's going to be fun. What's up, Tina? What's up? How you doing? All right, let's get to Vinny here. Vinny was talking about should the charges be dismissed. I can't believe Vinny's actually talking about this. But you know what? Pastel Vinny, baby. Pastel Vinny.
I'm Vinny Politan. This is Closing Arguments, another jam-packed hour, big night, big cases, and we begin with the biggest one of all, the murder of 4 University of Idaho students. Xana Kernodle, 20 years old. Ethan Chapin, 20 years old. Kaylee Gonzalez, 22, and Madison Mogan, 21 years old. These 4 names, these 4 lives will be forever mingled together, connected, and never forgotten out at the University of Idaho. But there is a trial that needs to take place. And the accused killer who's been charged wants the indictment thrown out. And there's a big, big hearing tomorrow. And Court TV legal correspondent Chanley Painter joins us outside that courthouse in Moscow, Idaho, tonight, where already it's getting cold. I can see, Chanley. Let's start here with the evidence. What is the evidence in this case against this accused killer who wants the indictment tossed?
Well, the prosecutors have so much evidence that they chose to seek the death penalty here and charged him with the top count, which, as you know, Vinny, if he is convicted and sentenced to death, that could possibly even mean death by a firing squad if the lethal injection drug is unavailable. So a perfect time to refresh our viewers on what that evidence is from the prosecution side ahead of this hearing tomorrow. Let's take a look at it. First, we know, of course, the biggest piece of evidence is the DNA that was found on the button of the knife sheath found under Maddie Mogen's body at the crime scene. That was first led to Kohberger's father, and then after his arrest, a direct match to his DNA. Also, an eyewitness there at that crime scene, one of the surviving roommates, identified a tall male with athletic build and bushy eyebrows leaving that crime scene. Well, we know Kohberger is 6 feet tall, 185 pounds, has those bushy eyebrows, as we've been showing our viewers. Also, most importantly, the video of his vehicle, the white Hyundai Elantra, traveling around the crime scene at the time of the murders. Vinny, that 2013 white Hyundai Elantra we've seen on video, and his cell phone data that aligns with that suspected route. We showed you night after night retracing those steps from that affidavit. And as of today, though, because he did waive his right to a speedy trial, the October trial date, of course, was vacated. We don't have a trial date yet for his death penalty case.
But we do have 2 hearings tomorrow. Can you give us some of the details of those 2 hearings?
Absolutely. Well, there's the first hearing. It's a closed hearing, so we won't be able to be in there and be privy to the details because it involves the workings of a secret grand jury proceeding. So that closed hearing is 9:30 local time, 12:30 Eastern, and it's taking up a motion from the defense to dismiss the indictment based on several grounds, including biased grand jury, inadmissible evidence, lack of sufficient evidence, and prosecutorial misconduct in withholding exculpatory evidence. I wish we could hear more about it, but those substantive filings were filed under seal, so we won't know that, but we will be inside. Our cameras will be inside the courthouse or courtroom later that afternoon for a second hearing that will deal with kind of the same issue, dismissing that indictment, this time on the grounds of error in the grand jury instructions. And so they wanted either dismissed or in the alternate for the judge to remand to a preliminary hearing, Vinny. So that's what we will be watching tomorrow afternoon.
So the second.
Okay, and I'm going to throw a poll up in chat. I want to know, I asked this last night, and it was a 65-35 vote. So I'm kind of interested to hear if it's going to be the same or not. I'm going to ask you guys, I'm going to put up a poll. Do you think this case will be dismissed?
I'm so far behind on Idaho, CJ, but I was looking at what they said about prosecutorial misconduct and stuff. My Lord.
Yeah. You should check out, we did an old show where we covered all of the court hearings up till early September, I think it was.
Okay.
Because that's where a lot of this interesting stuff. Now, a lot of it's been just a lot of paperwork, this and that, requests, which they keep asking and asking and asking. You should check out the episode where we covered, and I'll get the link for you, the episode where we covered all the court hearings because it's absolutely freaking ridiculous.
Wow.
I can't imagine being a family member sitting in that courtroom hearing the prosecution not have certain things or not want to provide or be able to provide certain things. And I'd be sitting in that courtroom going, my confidence level would have been just going like this.
Yeah. Wow.
After each court hearing. But that's just me. That's my opinion. But yeah, I put up a poll. Let me know what you think. Do you think it's interesting they came out with this video today because we were discussing it last night, asking if everybody thought that this case would be dismissed. And I was actually surprised it was like a 65-35 vote. I thought it would be more lopsided than that either way. Oh, thank you, Catalyst. I appreciate that. I thought it would be, either way, it'd be lopsided. I didn't imagine it would be that close, a third to 2/3. So please make a vote. I'm interested to hear what you guys think this morning as we get into this.
Second hearing is the one that'll be open to the public, and that one is really based on some legal
There's two
issues
court
rather than
hearings
getting
today.
into factual issues.
Right. It's actually a pretty interesting and complicated legal argument in the 23-page defense motion that was filed back in July. Here's part of what they contend that why this judge should dismiss the indictment. It says this motion is made on the grounds that the grand jury was misled as to the standard of proof required for an indictment. It cites statutory interpretation supporting get this, beyond a reasonable doubt standard for a grand jury to issue an indictment. They point to legislative history to support beyond a reasonable doubt, and that the failure to instruct that grand jury to that, Vinny, they believe is grounds to dismiss this indictment or, again, remand for a preliminary hearing. Now, the prosecution, as you can imagine, fired back in its response motion, saying that beyond a reasonable doubt standard is nonsense and unorthodox and in conflict with precedent here in the state. Here's part of what their motion says. It says that the whole of modern jurisprudence on this issue is against that standard in the defense's jarring arguments, and the court would be duty bound to apply the controlling precedent and, of course, reject this argument. It should be, of course, in the prosecution's estimation, a probable cause standard, as would be the standard of a preliminary hearing, and not beyond a reasonable doubt. So that's what we will be listening to when that hearing is underway tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, if Vegas was taking money on that one, I would put a lot down on the prosecution to win that.
Wow, I ain't going with you to Vegas, bro. Shit.
Right. You'll lose your life savings.
Yeah, he'd be the motherfucker, be like, CJ, yo, can you throw me a couple, man? I'll get you back when we get back. I promise. No, fuck you.
Spot me at 20.
I got my own damn shit,
Oh my God, that's
I ain't
crazy.
going to Vegas with him. Shit. Benny. Benny, don't.
Jeez.
Don't. Benny. Yeah.
Man, if they drop this court case or back it up to grand jury or whatever they're planning on doing, geez, that's going to be.
Well, it's going to be an interesting day today. All right. And I do need to get my Twitter up because we will be getting live tweets. And I'm going to keep checking to see if we're going to get this thing televised. It's interesting because there's two hearings. There's one this morning going on right now. Okay. And they're discussing stuff that is sealed. Okay. And they're talking records. They're talking information that could potentially put someone's life in harm, in danger. Could open up invasions of privacy and all sorts of things. So whatever they're discussing, their exhibits that are sealed that they're discussing today is something pretty fucking important. So I imagine after this morning's court hearing, I imagine we're going to hear some rumblings of what's going on. And this afternoon's court hearing, I feel, is going to be even more interesting because of what is going to be already taking place this morning. So I think it's going to affect what takes place this afternoon.
Yeah,
I'm just
for sure.
curious to see what it is. Let me pull up. Let's see here. Let's pull up Chanley on here. And we'll get the latest tweets as well. And I am going to get the court TV thing up as well. Let's see here. Okay, they're talking Take Care of Maya trial right now. Yeah, we'll see. I'm thinking the first one is definitely going to have an effect on what happens this afternoon. Damn straight. They're talking some serious shit this morning.
Yeah, they are. Wow.
And I don't know where he gets his confidence from. You know, we've had other people on the show feel the same way, like prosecutions, slam dunk, whatever. I just don't see it. I just don't see it. I can't see it. Man, I would love to sit back and watch these court hearings again. It's just ridiculous. I'm going to find that video. I'll find it for you and I'll send it to you because you got the. I felt bad because like it was one of those shows where when I got done, I was like, man, I hope I didn't go off too much because I just. No, for real. Like when I was hearing this shit and I put myself there as in a family member would, and I try and put myself, even though I could never compare to it or get close to it. All I could do is imagine. And I imagine myself sitting in that courtroom, hearing this time after time after time, seeing all this stuff, and it just made me upset. Like, this is ridiculous. And it just, the stuff that you hear, the gaslighting, it's just like, man, where's the effort for the victims? Like, this is the kind of effort you fucking gave? Even if, right, you got, you know, your little poker game or whatever. The fact that like, what other case have you seen that has requested this many supplemental requests for discovery? I mean, it's astronomical. I can't imagine it. What other case do you have the defense continually asking for shit over and over and over?
I think that was kind of the problem for Delphi. Of course, now they got to start over for real. But yeah, that was one of their biggest complaints is, you know, trying to get information over and over.
9 is no biggie? Damn, because I don't remember one having fucking 9. I mean, I can understand the court getting allowed 50. I've never seen one. But I mean, shit, if 9 is normal, I've never seen it. It's shocking to me.
Oh my gosh.
Right, Swamp Sign? Ooh, hey, Tyson Fury. Yeah, I heard John Jones isn't able to fight again. Yeah, it seems like a lot to me, too. All right, let's get back to this court TV thing, and then we'll see what else we got for you guys. Thank you all for hopping in. Please hit the like. If you don't mind, it's a free way to help. And we got some other stuff for you today, too. We got some fresh notes, old notes. And I'm going to go ahead and drop that link for the one where we went into all the court hearings, too, if you guys want to save that to your playlist as well. I need a K-cup. I haven't got any new coffee.
But we'll see. You never know. We'll see. It's up to Judge. Okay, so you're out there, back out in Moscow. You've been out there so many times. What's the mood now as things are starting to move now in this criminal case?
Well, Vinny, we're only a couple of weeks away from the 1-year anniversary of the massacre that happened in this community. There are still signs of memorials here and there, but it is much a community that looks to be moving on. But I did catch up with residents and students who are back to school this semester, and this case is still very much on their minds. Let's take a listen.
Yeah, most people try to like not bring it up because it's a sad subject to bring up upon, but everybody knows what happened and everybody mourns and everybody's upset about what happened.
We never go to the bathroom alone, never like leave anywhere alone. A lot of the times we have like boys in the dorms that'll come pick us up from wherever we are and like walk us home.
Well, once they've pretty much found the person that could be the suspect, everybody kind of calmed down and went back to their old ways and with a little more vigilance or caution.
No, I hope he gets put in jail or like prison for a while. Yeah, and most people here do. Like nobody likes him.
It impacted like a lot of people on campus. I told my mom like 1,000 times, like if I went here last year, I probably wouldn't have come back because that like the thought of that scares me.
That didn't know that his mind wasn't right and that he needed the mental health help to not have an incident.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
This is the kind of shit that shit spreads. Listen, it's cool. It's cool you were an aunt. It's cool y'all went to school together. It's cool. But damn.
I mean, there's such a big difference in what they're saying, too. I mean, the kids on campus seem to be...
This could be a jury member right here. You know what I'm saying? And she's like, oh my gosh, his mental...
Yeah. Yeah, I mean...
exactly why I say the shit that I say. Right here. This right here. She could be a potential juror member. And it's already back here. It's already back here.
Yeah, she's already made up her mind. He did it. Because they said he did it. You know.
Oh my gosh.
And you're right. Something that you said in the other show, CJ, it's like, you know, if it's your family member, it's a lot different.
Would she be saying that shit about her son? You know what I mean?
Exactly. No, she wouldn't. Of course not.
If she didn't have more information, would she be saying that about her son? Would she be saying that about her best friend's son? Maybe not. Maybe not. Her own son? Fuck no.
No. And that's the thing, you know, again, talking about the narrative and what, you know, the bias and the agenda that people feed us, you know, they're like from the beginning, okay, this guy did it, so now let's crucify him. And I don't know, maybe he did. Maybe they've got more evidence. I mean, it doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like they're that apt, but you know, that's the thing.
I'm not here saying 100% either way. I say I'm not at the water cooler.
Right.
You know? We don't know.
But that's the problem with anything that goes on. The news is always slanted. I mean, you can even look at the networks, CJ, you know, at whether liberal, conservative, what. They spin the same information a different way. That's why you have to think. You have to have your own mind and think.
It's why I don't watch the news anymore.
Oh, I don't either.
I really don't. I'll use stuff like this.
Mm-hmm.
For sure. I'll use local news most of the time as much as I can because I feel that's where you get the damn truth.
Probably.
Even last night we saw local news can be a little what do you call it? Dangerous. I don't know the right word right now. They could be a little dangerous.
Yeah.
You know, they didn't have confirmed information. They put dude's name and picture out there.
Right.
What if it wasn't him and he got shot and unalived? You know what I mean? Like this right here, this is why I don't watch unless we're using it on here. I just don't.
Right.
You can't. What can you trust any more than us? You know,
Yeah. Well,
that's a good T-shirt. What can you trust more than us?
yeah.
For
Well,
real.
you know what I do? Even when I watch somebody else's videos, somebody else's YouTube channel, I go back and I read the comments. I read the comments on every video that I watch, just about, because you learn so much from the people that don't have their own YouTube channel, but happen to know something or somebody or know a relationship between, these people, and things that you don't know and that you're never going to hear anywhere else. And it's like, oh, okay, well, let me look into that.
100%. It helps you explore different things maybe you wouldn't have thought about, because us as content creators are so damn busy with so many damn things at the same time. We
Right.
might miss one of the leaves that's overturned,
Right. And then and you're talking about stuff from other states. Now, if you're talking about my county, if there's a big crime in my county, in Alabama, then I'm probably going to know a lot of the people or a lot of the stuff. But I mean, we're covering cases, CJ, states away from us. I don't know. I don't live there. I don't know what everybody else knows who does live there. You have to look. You just have to listen to other people.
I like Candace Owen. Interesting. I'll have to check that out for sure. Maybe we'll thank you for the super chat for 10 Bama. That's something we'll definitely check out over at the lounge some night. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna look that up sometime.
That Stephen Avery case is something else.
Oh, that too. Yeah. That too. 10-part series. Oh yeah. You know what?
Yeah.
That's something we can do at the lounge. Speaking of, if you aren't subbed to the lounge, we do some hangout shows over there where we can do a lot more when it comes to hanging out and watching movies and music and all sorts of things. So let me drop that in chat for you guys. If you're not subbed, come hang out with us some night over there. We just kind of hang out and chill back over at the lounge. So here, if you're not sub, go sub. Hang out with us some night. That sounds like something we'll do at the same. Oh, okay.
Because I have to go pick up my baby girl.
All right.
She's
well,
not
thank
a baby
you. Well, if you're not busy, I'll be streaming, and then we're gonna have game night tonight around 6:30 Central, 7:30 Eastern. So if you're not busy later, you're more than welcome to hop up. We're gonna be doing games tonight.
I may go live. I've got to go live either tonight or tomorrow. And tomorrow I'm supposed to go to the movies with my child who wants to see Five Nights at Freddy's. So I may go live.
Ooh. Nice. That sounds cool.
Yeah. So I don't know. I may see you later. I'm not sure what I'm doing, but I had fun hanging out with you, CJ.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate you hanging out with me this morning too. Appreciate it.
Yeah. And all of your Red Bull.
Coffee, and I had only drank half of it. That was passion. That was all passion.
It sure was. It sure was. I'm just giving you a hard time.
Shit from the heart.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can't go wrong.
Yeah. It was. And sometimes you just got to get it out. You got to express it. You got to get it out. You got to say what you need to say. So.
Yeah. They can just stop. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just stop.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate you. And yeah, like if you're not busy later, hop on over. We'll be doing games.
All right.
Everybody else as well, too. Thank you. Appreciate you.
All right. Bye-bye, y'all.
Yes. Thank you, Soki. Appreciate you. All right. We're going to go ahead and switch back to the court TV.
And this case is still very much on their minds. Let's take a listen.
Yeah, most people try to not bring it up because it's a sad subject to bring up upon, but everybody knows what happened and everybody mourns and everybody's upset about what happened.
We never go to the bathroom alone, never leave anywhere alone. A lot of the times we have like boys in the dorms that'll come pick us up from wherever we are and like walk us home.
Because is she still scared somebody else is out there and that he's not the only one? Where's the follow-up question to that? Because if I would have got that answer from that lady, I then would have said, I mean, do you still feel, as a community, do you still feel like you're not safe? Do you still feel like this same thing can happen? Do you feel that BK is the right person? Do you feel that there's more than one person that committed this crime? And then what this lady says, this could be a potential juror member too. Have we seen medical records? Have we seen medical records? Have we seen any kind of reports? What have we seen to know what she's about to say is true other than what MSM has put out there?
Well, once they've pretty much found the person that could be the suspect, everybody kind of calmed down and went back to their old ways. And
which is what the purpose was, right? For the community to calm down, for the enrollment not to get affected, because it wasn't too much longer after that enrollment. You're talking weeks, days. And boy, did they sure catch on to him quick shortly after the Oregon car, right?
with a
Where's
little
the
more
medical records?
vigilance or caution.
No, I hope he gets put in jail or like prison for a while. Yeah, and most people here do. Like nobody likes him.
It impacted like a lot of people on campus. I told my mom like 1,000 times, like if I went here last year, I probably wouldn't have come back because that like the thought of that scares me.
That didn't know that his mind wasn't right and that he needed the mental health help to not have it.
Where's the records? Do you got them, T-Rev? Do you got the records for the mental health? Help me out. Somebody, please. Somebody, please help me out. Where's the medical records? Where's the T-Rev? You got to have them, bro. You got to have them. No? Send it, please. evilcj@gmail.com.
An incident
Somebody,
like this
please, help me out
tragic
here.
incident. It shocks you and you change your habits and
Somebody help me.
you
here.
go from not locking your doors to locking them at night and figuring out where the keys to your house are so you can lock them during the day and get back in and make sure that there's nobody
Where they
hiding
at?
in your house.
Somebody's got to have them.
And Vinny, I learned today that there is an effort, a student-led effort to plan an event that will mark the November 13th date this year, just a couple of weeks away.
And let's talk.
Seriously, evilcj@gmail.com. Let's see the medical records, people. Come on, right?
Talk about
Let's see
the
'em.
crime scene, the house. You have some new
let me
details
help,
for us
let me
tonight about
help.
what's happening there?
Right there.
I do. As you know, I always go and visit the crime scene. This is what it looks like today, Vinny. It's a beautiful fall campus, but still you see this is a mark. This is a place that students walk by multiple times a day to and from class. And in July, the university told Court TV that they plan to demolish the home in October. I checked back in. They say they are not going to demolish it in this semester. There's no time, but it won't be done this fall semester. And as you can imagine, Vinny, this is still a topic of controversy. Let's take a listen. On campus, you still see the crime scene, I'm sure. Is that something that you feel a sense that people want to be torn down or keep it there?
They're probably gonna keep it there just to like let everyone know that it did happen, but also to just, you can't really forget something that big and traumatic.
The campus wants to tear down the home, so it's not such a constant reminder. Do you agree with that?
I think they should.
Yeah.
I think move past it and remember them always.
And of course, we know that the victims' families want that crime scene to remain through this trial, whenever it may be, Vinny. I did learned from the Gonsalves family, they won't be here tomorrow in person for the hearing I just told you about. They will be Zooming in. That's something that this court provides every step of the way for not just the victim's family, but the defendant's family, if they want to have a private link on a Zoom where they can watch it unfold without being here in person.
All right, Chanley Painter in Moscow tonight. Big day tomorrow. Thanks so much, Chanley.
Yeah.
All right, let's bring in our think tank. Joining us live in the studio tonight, criminal defense attorney, entertainment attorney, former assistant DA in Fulton County, Georgia, Daryl Cohen. Also with us, criminal defense attorney, Emory University law professor, Georgia Innocence Project board member, Molly Palmer. And finally, the man behind the glasses, criminal defense attorney, Josh Schiffer. All right, first things first, the woman with the raincoat, not allowed to be on this jury, referring to the mass murder as this incident. And then the one student who said, yeah, hopefully he'll go away for a little bit of time. Keep them off the jury, please. Okay. Can we agree that this beyond a reasonable doubt for the grand jury is ridiculous, absurd, and a loser of an argument?
Well, we start with a crime that's horrible, horrific, and whatever other word you can think of. But I think Judge is going to judge the motion to have no merit. It's gone.
Gone.
No, we're not going to.
Molly wants beyond a reasonable doubt.
No, what I want is excellence in litigation. And when you do that, you often turn to these.
What the fuck was this? What the fuck was this? Are we watching Monday Night Football from like 1990 or what?
With a crime that's horrible, horrific, and whatever other word you can think of. But I think Judge is going to judge the motion to have no merit.
All right, okay. Next person.
Gone.
Next person.
No, we're not going to.
Molly wants beyond a reasonable doubt.
Next person.
No, what I want is excellence in litigation. And when you do that, you often turn to these so-called canons of construction. These are tools that very sophisticated litigators use to change law.
Thanks, Pat.
You can bring up things like legislative history, legislative intent, and take an issue like this all the way to the Idaho Supreme Court and have things change. It happens.
And the only time litigators get an opportunity to do this is in a case just like this.
Yeah.
You've got a death penalty case. Your obligation as a death penalty defense attorney is to go into every far-reaching rundown, every single lead. If there's something in the legislative history that supports this, it's at least worth pursuing. Do I happen to think it's going to prevail? No, but it is the development of this discussion to make sure that our process works perfectly.
Well, let's talk about the process. The process is some secret court happening tomorrow again. These sealed motions dealing with prosecutorial misconduct.
Sir, it's not like the grand jury was. That was secret. This, we've known for fucking what, damn near a week? This shit was gonna be sealed? Secret court hearing? Come on, Vinny.
If there's misconduct or alleged misconduct, I think it should be out in the open.
I want to hear it. I want to know what the prosecutors allegedly have done to show that they have done prosecutorial misconduct. I want to see it out front, and it should not be hidden, because the very thing Josh and Molly are referring to is if it's out front, open and notorious, we know what, if anything, and likely nothing.
Well,
I'm just waiting to hear touchdown 49ers. Like, oh my gosh.
Well, I mean, in general, I wish grand jury was not.
What's up, True and Crime? We knew what he meant. He could have said sealed. Don't have to be all literal in here, you know.
A secret proceeding. You know, that's something that as a defense lawyer all the time I'm litigating. Can you turn over grand jury testimony? And I'm told no a lot of the time, because prosecutors are by themselves in a room and it's completely sealed. So no, tomorrow, the reason we're not going to hear it is because it's a grand jury issue.
And one of the weird contradictions in my life, this is one of those places where I support some secrecy because of the nature of the allegations being made weaponizes allegations against the state of prosecutorial mistreatment of the process, let's just say violations of discovery obligations, things like that. That's something that does deserve some secrecy. Otherwise, you're poisoning your potential jurors.
Okay. DNA, video of his car, cell phone data.
Yeah.
Like, where are they going with this case?
I am done.
I don't see any way of getting out from under it. You know, sometimes you have one piece, maybe you have a surveillance video that's a little grainy and maybe you can make, no, they've got his car. They've got his DNA.
Yeah, let's show a knife when we don't even know if that was the weapon.
On the snap of that knife sheath, which is beneath the victim. You've got cell phone data that
sunroof
has him up and about and then turning off his phone conveniently during the times of the murder. So where are they going with any of this?
Where are they
Oh, we're getting warmer. We're getting warmer.
going? The answer is nowhere. If his lawyer has a modicum of power, you switch to and say, please let my client enter a plea of guilty to life without parole. Otherwise, he is facing, as pointed out.
Well, do you think those negotiations are happening?
I don't know, because Mr. Kohlberger was off to get some Thai food after he murdered 4 people.
Well, let's also be clear about exactly what the defense is arguing.
You seriously think sunroofs have data true in crime? What? Who said sunroof data? Did Vinny say sunroof data? I don't think anybody that investigates true crime thinks that sunroofs offer data. I don't know. It's a new age, though. It is 2023. They might have some shit. They might have some shit in these sunroofs that provide GPS detail down to the foot.
Arguing tomorrow.
Shit,
everything that you just referenced, all of these pieces of supposed evidence that we've taken from the
DNA is pretty good. Wait.
Let's talk about it.
Yeah, quick time out. Isn't that what the Innocence Project uses to get people released from prison? DNA.
And let me say something that has bothered me about the DNA in this case from day one. A crime scene like this, you know what we expect? Tons of DNA. We wouldn't just point to one button on a knife sheath.
Only on the upgraded model, though.
Okay, so
because he
that's one
snapped
issue.
it before he put his gloves
there
on.
There should be DNA everywhere. Now, here's the issue.
He snapped it before he put his gloves on. He was dressed head to toe in.
It don't defrost, but it sure does give you the black box information. It don't defrost, though. It can't do that. It can't do it.
All you saw were his bushy eyebrows.
What DNA now does now apply.
No, but what you're missing is you can take these individual facts and tell multiple stories. That's what Molly's talking about. These are all facts that you're taking at face value the way the state wants you to hear them. There are additional facts. There are different contexts that can be taken. There is a defense.
Yes, there is no defense. It's once upon.
He just wants to end it as soon as possible. Hold on. I got to hear this all over again. I gotta see it. I gotta see it back from when the knife started showing up. Okay, let's watch it from when the knife started.
Maybe you have a surveillance video that's a little grainy, and maybe you can make. No, they've got his car. They've got his DNA on the snap of that knife sheath, which is beneath the victim. You've got cell phone data that has him up in a
halfway under, halfway out. Come on, Vinny.
About and then turning off his phone conveniently during the times of the murder. So where are they going with any of this?
Where are they going?
I didn't hear anybody on there say anything about the sunroof data. So like I said, if anybody cooking shows, seriously, sleuth a recipe.
The answer is nowhere. If his lawyer has a monochrome,
you can fuck up butter and put in jelly or something. You know what I mean? Because you done accidentally sleuth the wrong shit. You're not gonna hurt nobody substituting jelly for butter. You know, it'll just taste like shit. Cooking shows. You know what I'm saying? Cooking shows. Don't sleuth true crime. Not if you think that the sunroof is going to give you
power.
data.
You switch to and say, please let my
Fucking
client
joke.
enter a plea of guilty
Don't
to
hurt
life
nobody.
without parole. Otherwise, he is facing, as pointed out.
Well, you think those
by-
negotiations are happening?
I don't know, because Mr. Kohlberger was off to get some Thai food after he murdered 4 people.
Well, let's also be clear about
What?
exactly what the defense.
What the fuck? Dude, go back to Monday Night Football, bro.
Well, you think those negotiations are happening?
I don't know, because Mr. Kohlberger was off to get some Thai food after he murdered 4 people.
Go back to Monday Night Football, bro. What a fucking asshole. Sorry. That's some asshole shit right there. That's some asshole shit.
Well, let's also be clear about exactly what the defense is arguing tomorrow. Everything that you just referenced, all of these pieces of supposed evidence that we've taken from the affidavit.
DNA is pretty good.
Well,
Wait.
Let's talk about it.
Quick time out. Isn't that what the Innocence Project uses to get people released from prison? DNA.
And let me say something that has bothered me about the DNA in this case from day one. A crime scene like this, you know what we expect? Tons of DNA. We wouldn't just point to one button on a knife sheath, okay? So
Because
that's
he
one
snapped
issue.
it before he put his gloves
there
on.
should be DNA everywhere. Now, here's the
He
issue.
snapped it before he put his gloves on. He was dressed head to toe in black. All you saw were his bushy eyebrows.
What DNA now does now apply.
No, but what you're missing is you can take these individual facts and tell multiple stories. That's what Molly's talking about. These are all facts that you're taking at face value the way the state wants you to hear them.
Right.
There are additional facts.
Right.
There are different contexts that can
Right.
be taken.
Look
There
at him.
is a defense.
Yeah.
Vinny, bro. Wow. Look at this. Vinny's in denial, yo. Elton John is like telling it to
Missing
him.
is you can take these individual facts and tell multiple stories. That's what Molly's talking about. These are all facts that you're taking at face value the way the state wants you to hear them.
Okay.
There are additional facts. There are different contexts that can be taken. There is a defense.
Yes.
There is no defense.
Of course, dude, go back to Monday Night Football. Vinny didn't. He just wanted to end it. Look at
Yes.
What?
It's done. He didn't even say goodbye and the video's done. I got 1 second and it's going to cut off. And then it'll go play something else and I ain't trying to do that shit. Oh, he didn't even get to end it like he wanted to end it. He was trying to get the hell out. Damn. But that's true. Seriously, where's the medical records? Where's the medical records? I thought somebody in here would be able to provide them.
To get people released from
Certainly.
prison.
And
DNA.
let me say something that has bothered me about the DNA in this case from day one. A crime scene like this, you know what we expect? Tons of DNA. We wouldn't just point to one button on a knife sheath, okay? So
Because he
that's one
snapped
issue.
it before he put his gloves
there
on.
should be DNA everywhere. Now, here's
He
the issue.
snapped it before he put his gloves on. He was
What's the
dressed
prosec-
head to toe in black. All you saw were his bushy eyebrows.
What you're
DNA now does now apply.
No, but what you're missing is you can take these individual facts and
I mean, the lady in purple coat, I don't know where, bro. I don't even know what the dude's. You know, have you guys noticed the people that they've had on Court TV lately have been kind of like, where in the hell did these people come from? Have you guys noticed that lately? Some of their guests recently has been like, whoa, who's this? Where'd they come from? Like these, but they make great points, and it's obvious he doesn't want to hear it. He does not want to hear it. No, neither does this other guy. Yeah, he wanted to go get Thai food after Come on, bro.
Isn't that what the Innocence Project uses to get
You don't
people
wanna hear it.
released from prison?
And
DNA.
let me say something that has bothered me about the DNA in this case from
This is us right here. These two people are speaking the same shit that we've been saying this whole time when it comes to this DNA of this crime. He just don't want to hear it.
from day one. A crime scene like this, you know what we expect? Tons of DNA. We wouldn't just point to one button on a knife sheath, okay? So
Because
that's
he
one
snapped
issue.
it before he put his gloves
there
on.
should be DNA everywhere. Now, here's the
He
issue.
snapped it before he put his gloves on. He was dressed head to toe in black. All you saw were his bushy eyebrows.
What DNA now does now apply.
No, but what you're missing is you can take these individual facts and tell multiple stories. That's what Molly's talking about. These are all facts that you're taking at face value the way the state wants you to hear them.
Okay.
There are additional facts. There are different contexts that can be taken. There is a defense.
Yes.
There is no defense. It's once upon a time.
I'm Vinny Paul.
Once upon a time. Why is that? I'm sorry. I guess the people that are 100% guilty probably enjoy that kind of commentary from Mr. Monday Night Football. What's up, Mark and Betty? You know, it fits it. The Coffin Daffer experience, you know what I'm saying? Some of you guys know that, don't you? Some of you guys know that. The Coffin Daffer experience, right? The Coffin Daffer Kool-Aid. All right, give me 1 second here. We're going to get into the next video. Let me see if we got any updates real quick here. Probably won't because it's sealed, but I do just want to take a check anyway. See if there's anything coming out. Okay, so there's that. 7 minutes ago. No. Okay. Oh my gosh, really? I wonder if BK knew Mark Furman. What the fuck is that? That's dumb shit. Come on, people. Use that energy for justice and truth for the victims. Why are you using it for that kind of shit, you know? Use it for the fucking truth. All right, 1 second here. This is Harsh Reality talking about the possible dismissal coming up here. Shout out Harsh. He's going to be doing a live tonight. I think he said 5:30 Eastern. And I'm going to go support for a little while before we do our game show. So definitely go sub to Harsh. He'll be doing a live tonight around 5:30, 6 o'clock Eastern, somewhere around there, I think is what he said. So definitely go support and hang out as well. All right, this is talking about the possible dismissal.
Cropping up, and I have to say, well, hello there, how is everyone? I hope you're all well. You are looking absolutely amazing, by the way. Absolutely amazing. And do you know what else is amazing? It's also amazing how the US judicial system works. It bewilders me. It bewilders me. Now, I did a video the other day and it spoke about like premeditation. It was looking at the fact that all of these crimes, each individual attack had been put down as premeditated. And, you know, I've got a huge response to that. But one of the things that kept cropping up, and I have to say I disagree with, and look, this video in general is going to be looking at, obviously, Brian Kohberger is in court very shortly. We're literally knocking on the door of the courtroom and waiting to see what happened as the defense push for the dismissal of the grand jury indictment. And we're going to talk about whether that's warranted or not, and whether indeed it could happen, because I feel that there is a high probability that this is exactly what's going to happen. I'm going to tell you why. But yeah, so many people, they spoke out and they said, look, premeditation can be something that is decided in seconds. Absolutely decided in seconds. So he could go in there and he could be doing this crime and something could happen, and then he could make a decision to do something. He could make a decision to murder somebody else while he's, while he's in the throes of the crime itself. And I very much dispute that, because that's not premeditation, that's reactionary. That's in my opinion. And if I was a legal representative for a client, that's exactly what I would push for. Premeditation is something that you are entering into this property to do, because you're not affected by what's going on in the crime itself. Cause and effect. You do something, it causes this, that ends up leading to this. So, for instance, you enter the home in order to attack one person, but you end up walking into a room where somebody else is, and that then causes an argument, and then you have to then attack this second person, and that leads to death.
No, it's okay. They obviously haven't been a part of the show, but maybe just for a couple minutes. But yeah, we do plenty over here. So I'm sorry, you're the same person that thought that Sunroof created data tracking. And I'm sorry that because you think that sunroofs create data tracking, I made a cooking show reference. So, cooking!
That's not premeditation, that's reactionary, that's cause and effect. So this person here, the first person, which would have potentially been Kaylee, that was not premeditated. That was reactionary. And then because of this has all spilled out into this brawl, if you like, and there's been...
I know, Kelly, seriously. I know it's only 2023. But maybe I'm just not caught up with the technology. I get it. I can be a little behind sometimes. I get it. I'm not Mr. I'm not 150% on technology. I'm not up to date like that. So I don't know. But I'm seriously invested in it now too. After this show's over, I'm really gonna. I might even do a deep dive show on sunroof data. Actually, I'm really thinking about it. I don't know. I'll let you guys know.
Been this huge attack that's roused the people underneath, and then they have come out, and as this person is leaving, they then bump into somebody else, and then they enter into another altercation. Again, that's not premeditation. That is, again, reactionary. The person who is in the throes of this crime.
I just don't understand how you call your channel True Crime Sleuthin' if you think there's sunroof data. I just don't get it. It's like a contradiction, no?
Crime is reacting to a situation that has very abruptly occurred, and it's that split second. Now, just because they've had a split second to make a decision, that's not the same as premeditation, because they've in a split second been forced to make a decision. So it's almost like fight or flight. What do? Do I attack? Do I run? And they don't have enough time.
Well, to be fair, there was some other creators in here that do talk some wild ass theories, and maybe it was on their show or something. And it just, I don't know. Maybe sunroof data is a topic on some other show. I'm not sure.
To properly process what the outcome is going to be, in my opinion. So you can't unless that person has physically entered into that property with the intention of attacking and killing everybody in the house, and that was their intention to do so, then you cannot say that they were all premeditated. So by saying they're all premeditated, in my opinion, means that law enforcement are pushing for the fact that this person entered the house with the intention of killing everybody they came across in that house. Which to me, again, and I've said this before, raises the question as to, if that's the case, then what happened and why didn't it happen? So, as I said, Brian Coburg was in court in a few days' time, and there's so many videos that are floating about, and the sad thing is not everybody gets to see videos that are done by decent people. And the downside is, as well, is like some decent channels, including my channel, do you know what I mean? Not every single video I do. I've done so many videos that some videos are just me.
Oh shit, Scarlett, it exists. There is sunroof data. You just track the helicopters looking through the window. There is sunroof data. Holy shit. Thank you so much, Scarlett. Kim Kitty, thank you for the gifted membership. I appreciate that. Wow. Oh my gosh. I learned it. So did I, Bama. But I don't know. I'm just glad somebody in the community was able to find some kind of sunroof data. Thank you so much, because you just saved me so much work after the show. Oh my god.
He rambling on about my thoughts and feelings, and not everybody sees value in that. Not everybody cares to hear about what my thoughts and feelings are. So I might say something and raise a specific issue about something, or talk about a specific element of the crime which I feel is important, but people don't see it. It's like the channel Get a Clue. Some people don't like the format in what Get a Clue does his videos, so therefore they don't watch his channel, so they miss some vital information, and I do find that frustrating.
I've came across that channel, that Get a Clue. I enjoy their content. I know it's a different kind of format, but if it's not about the format, it's about the message. Okay? So this Get a Clue channel, I don't even know if they know who I am, but I do enjoy their content. They do look into stuff with some good questions. Solar pan. Oh my god. Oh gosh, this is gonna be. Please send me the medical records, please, to any of these addresses right here. I would love to have these medical records. Please send them to me.
Frustrating that some channels do some fantastic work, but the format with which they do it alienates a lot of people who come to this platform to view content. Get a Clue, I think I saw it yesterday, was talking specifically about Brian Coburger and details within the PCA that would raise that Brian Coburger had spoken to the FBI not once, but on 2 separate occasions, seemingly on the phone and in person. But neither of those, or one of those, I can't remember, that it might have been that the transcript of one of the interviews, might have been the phone interview, was available, but the face-to-face interview wasn't. And he was pushing the fact that it does massively seem like law enforcement, in terms of Moscow PD, they weren't at the forefront of this investigation with Brian Coburger at all. This was all down to the FBI. There are so many things, by the way, that are not finalized. There are so many people who are looking at the evidence that is out there, and they feel that that is the evidence.
I like that, Kelly. Let's refer to it from now on. From now on, we're going to call it the SR data. Okay? Let's give it a professional fucking name. SR data. I love it. I love it.
And this is scary. It's scary. And this is why I feel that Brian Kohberger could walk. Because let's look at what we've got. We've got a situation where Brian Kohberger he's awaiting trial for premeditated murder in the first degree ×4, and there's no clear indication of why he's there, how the investigation led them to Brian Kohberger. And that has got to be acknowledged. Even if, how can I put this? If a layman, if someone who is not completely up to scratch can see that there's an issue here, and they can see it because there's a huge missing proportion of this investigation. And this missing proportion is what keeps getting requested by Ann Taylor and the defense. When they set in a request for discovery, they are requesting discovery because they're looking for the evidence, looking for the information that is pertinent to why the client is sitting in the position that they're in, and that's seemingly missing. Now, we can all, in the general public, say,
Oh my gosh. You got I'm loving it. I'm loving it because not only I'm cracking shit, you guys are too. I'm loving it. My gosh, you guys are fucking amazing in chat. You guys have been so amazing the last few shows. Seriously. You guys are just we're doing it together. I love it. I love it.
Say, yeah, but they've got his car on video. And I say again, we've got a car on video. We've got a white Hyundai Elantra on video. Do we have proof that the person who did this crime was driving a white Hyundai Elantra? Because we've got a situation where that white Hyundai Elantra, Brian Kohberger's, was taken away, tested, and was completely clear of not only DNA evidence, but of the existence of evidence that the car had been cleaned. So for all those people who say, yeah, but it could have had DNA and he's had this amount of time to clean it, but there wasn't evidence of cleaning it. The car was clean of DNA and clean of evidence to say that the car had been cleaned in an attempt to hide evidence. You know, they had the Hoover, they took all that, and I'm guessing there's been nothing come up from that either. The house was tested. His parents' house was tested. People talk about the fact that he was wearing gloves to rummage through the bins and stuff like that, but it's been proven that even that was in accordance with the laws of the area with which Brian Kohberger's parents lived. They have to specifically segregate the rubbish and package it in its different types of rubbish, and that if they don't do that, then they are penalised for it. So that was no more than doing what he had to do. So the car situation. Let's back up a bit. So we've got the car situation. We don't know whether that's Brian Kohberger's. We've got a car, but where's the proof that proves that that car was definitely tied in with this crime? Because when you look at the behaviour of that car, that doesn't look like a car that knows where it's going. That looks like a DoorDash or delivery driver that's just driving around, not knowing where it's going. Anyway, I digress. The phone situation. We don't even have the evidence back from the phone pings. So all these people who's still in this mindset that the phone pings pinged and placed him in the area, that's absolutely false. The phone pings don't ping him in the area whatsoever. Nothing whatsoever. All they've got is that his phone was turned off between or not transmitting to one of the towers between the hours of 3 and 5 a.m. according to the documentation. So their thought process is that this person is concealing their whereabouts by switching their phone off, but that's not necessarily the case. And we don't have, again, the finalised results from the phone situation, you think to yourself, why don't you? You're a year down the track. So what's going on? What is going on with this phone data? And the only bit of phone data that has seemingly been finalised is a bit where MPD turn around and say, we believe that Brian Koberger's phone pinged in the area on the day after the crime took place, but he wasn't in the area. So that's all you've got on the phone data. So what else is there? The car that you're not 100% sure whether it was involved in the crime or not, unless someone can 100% say that the person who did this crime was 100% driving a white Hyundai Elantra. We've been, and I've said this before, we've been conditioned to believe that the killer drove a white Hyundai Elantra. But by design, this crime may not have worked that way. The killer could have not had any connection to that white Hyundai Elantra. I see so many people saying, oh, what, it's a coincidence because Brian drives a white Hyundai Elantra and whoever did this crime drives a white Hyundai Elantra. Again, you've been conditioned to believe that the killer drives a white Hyundai Elantra, and that's not necessarily the case. So that leaves us to the knife sheath, because I'm not even going to get into all of the stuff that's been pushed out by legacy media, all the variable types of media that just take a segment of information and just smash it out of the park in some sort of attempt to character assassinate. Do you know what I mean? It's you can't take that into consideration. And what so many people are doing, they're looking at different pieces of information and they're grabbing what's been said by the likes of News Nation or Dateline, and then they're just running with their thoughts and pairing them with this piece of information, like Brian Koberger's an incel, for instance, with absolutely no evidence of that. But the knife sheath, again, it was Get a Clue who was talking specifically about this situation, the IgG data. What Ann Taylor is requesting is the entire process, that entire process that shows how that works. She's not looking for people's names or anything like that. She is looking for details of the process. And they need to be able to do that. They need to be able to show how this process went from start to finish. The chain of command, if you like, the chain of custody on this IgG situation from point A to Z, and all the parts in between that led them to there, led them to Brian Koberger. And that is a problem. They can't do it. So that knife sheath and that DNA on that knife sheath, that seems to still be the only thing that connects Brian Koberger to this crime. But we've got a situation where it would appear that MPD handles this knife sheath and has found nothing. Then all of a sudden, later on down the line, seemingly we then have DNA that belongs to Brian Koberger on the knife sheath, but then this convoluted and hidden and very, very murky period of time where you've even had specialists who have come out and questioned it, and then them people who have come out who specialize in this field have then had FBI go out and challenge them. And now if that's not witness tampering, I don't know. And then you find out that not only have MPD claimed that they've spoken with Brian Koberger, or it has been claimed that he was interviewed, but then there's no recording of said interview, but the FBI did exactly the same. And we're supposed to be happy and okay as the general public who should be trusting in this process that everything's been done above board by the book and as it should be. But there's so many things that just don't make sense. Why would you be talking to this person who you believe has committed this heinous act, one of the worst crimes that this place has ever seen, and in fact one of the most heinous crimes of this type that we may ever see, and these people are interviewing them but not recording it? And you've got a DNA chain that you can't show because it's too murky, it's now it's very clear that the likes of Ann Taylor, who again are around this, and even though she works for the defence, you can't you can't dispute the fact that she has links to the University of Idaho. The same with Judge Judge. Same thing. Now, if Judge John Judge doesn't grab this bull by the horns and start...
You're exactly right, Storm Dancer. It is very sloppy work. It was very sloppy work from the beginning. When we started doing our fresh notes, old notes, which we're going to be getting into that here in a minute after this video, you could see as we went into it how sloppy it was from the very get-go when it took place, and they weren't even telling anybody anything except that the unconscious person was one of the 4 deceased roommates. That's what the call was for. It's been sloppy since the very beginning. You're exactly right, Storm Dancer.
Start asking some very, very serious questions and forcing people to do what needs to be done, then how can you trust where his... how can I say, where his allegiance lies? Does his allegiance lie with the course of justice and the acquisition of justice and the right justice, or does it lie with the University of Idaho and their motive, which seems to be money driven? But if everybody's doing exactly as they should be doing around this court, especially Judge John Judge, if he is a straight up man, as straight as an arrow, and I can't see how he can do anything other than dismiss this indictment and revert back to a preliminary hearing. Especially if you're then factoring in things such as the potential leak from the grand jury to the likes of Steve Gonsalves that is then published publicly by Howard Blum. Now, people will turn around and say, but he's lying and this, that, and the other. This is a Pulitzer guy, you know, he's not wet behind the ears.
That's what I'm saying. This dude grew up and started off in an age where you had to vet shit 3 fucking times before you reported it. That's what I was saying when this article dropped. This guy knows better than to do some fucking reporting like that. Some dangerous reporting, I might add. That dude knows better. He was not wet behind the ears. The dude grew up in a time you had to 3 times get verification. Period. He knows. He knew. Maybe it's his last hoorah. I don't know. It sure was for clicks, though, wasn't it?
Not a wet brain or anything like that. He knows what he's talking about. And I would imagine that if he's gone public with this piece of information, then there is some truth in it. And that truth has to be taken seriously. It has to be investigated at the very least. Let me know down below. Are we heading towards a revert back to preliminary hearing? Is the whole lot going to get thrown out? That would be a curveball. Or is Idaho just going to dig its heels in? Is Judge John Judge going to just carry on regardless and ignore everything? Let me know down below.
Love the music. And again, he'll be doing a live at like 5:30 Eastern or so, somewhere around there. Definitely, if you haven't listened to this, 45-minute article read through. There's a reason it's 45 minutes because there's a lot of stuff to it. This can show anybody how BK can literally be innocent. Because this guy in this article, Mark Carver, unfortunately, his cousin passed away the day before the trial because of all that. But Mark Carver was convicted, but then exonerated because of touch DNA. Oh, it's on Sunday now? Oh, for real? Oh, my bad. Oh, that sucks. I was looking forward to going and hanging out. All right. So we will get switched to some of the fresh notes, old notes, and then I will keep you guys updated on any updates. Give me 1 second here. Fresh notes, old notes. Okay. Now, that's 55 minutes. I don't want to go through that yet. We might watch that later. So this is, I wanted to watch this. This is News Nation's first special that they had on the Idaho4 case. Like I said, when we're going through these old notes, fresh notes episode, there are going to be times where we're going to see the mainstream media. It's for a reason, because I want to also show you, not only we go through these older episodes, this one is actually from December 5th. So this is from December 5th. We're also watching it so we can also see how the MSM started spinning things, what they were being told, things that they were, quote, getting from sources close to the investigation and such. So we're going to watch this one. This was their first one. I believe they had 3, but this is their first one. And I want to hear exactly what they're... I honestly have not watched this probably since December 5th. And they're probably going to talk about the car in Oregon too. Watch. That'd be interesting. Thank you all for hanging out. Again, I'm going to be checking the background for updates, anything live, so you know we will have it when it comes out and it is available. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out. Here we go. We're going to check this out. This is from December 5th, 2022.
Takes one moment, 1 minute, one night for lives to be turned upside down.
We lost 4 beautiful souls.
The hardest part, we cannot change the outcome.
For a quiet college campus to become a crime scene.
This could be anybody.
It could be anybody.
What do you say to the students who are scared?
I tell them I'm scared too.
And for a killer to seemingly vanish in the middle of the night.
There is a threat out there still.
It's all hands on deck for investigators, racing to retrace steps, comb through evidence, and stop this case from going cold.
They could break open any time.
Because it only takes one clue, one slip up, one tip.
Somebody somewhere has information about this case.
To end the nightmare.
We owe this to these young kids.
Idaho Murder Mystery, a News Nation special report, starts right now. Good evening, I'm Brian Enton, live in Moscow, Idaho, for this News Nation special report. 3 weeks ago, the unthinkable happened in this house behind me. 4 university students brutally murdered here. Their killer not only is still on the run, but still all of this remains a mystery 3 weeks later. And we have breaking news tonight. New details that we have just confirmed. News Nation is learning that Kaylee Gonsalves's injuries were significantly more brutal than her best friend Maddie's injuries, which may end up being a very, very important piece of evidence when it comes to determining who the target was in this attack. I have learned Kaylee and Maddie were in an upstairs room in the house, so the killer had to go specifically upstairs to get to them. And again, that new information just confirmed that Kaylee's injuries were, quote, significantly more brutal. That is new information that we are going to analyze coming up over the next hour. All of this really is a nightmare for this town, a nightmare that they just cannot wake up from. Over the next hour, we are going to be diving into all of the details of this case, learning more about the victims and their families, trying to make sense of this unimaginable loss here in Idaho. We're going to go take you around the crime scene, show you what it looks like, as well as an exclusive look at the Idaho State Crime Lab. And we're going to remain focused throughout all of this on the victims and their family. To try and understand how we got to this point, first, we go back to the beginning. Moscow, Idaho, a beautiful, quiet college.
And again, everybody, I'm going to be having all the updates popping up. So whenever something is out, we will be live. Don't worry. We're just going to be discussing this fresh notes, old notes stuff until we get to that point. We still have a little bit of time. Obviously, there's not going to be any updates about the hearing because it was sealed. So I wouldn't expect any updates to come out unless there's some kind of changes that are happening with this afternoon's court hearing. But as I see right now, there's nothing that's been affected. Everything is on schedule, and we should be good to go. Thank you, everybody.
Town near the border with Washington State, blanketed in snow this time of year, and home to the University of Idaho, with 11,000 students who have almost never had a reason not to feel safe.
The worst crimes we see in town involve things like bike theft or cars getting keyed or something like that.
And I do also want to say, if there is any updates on the manhunt as well, we will break to that for live coverage. So if anybody in chat, if you notice something before me, because I'll be checking a whole bunch of different things for updates at the same time. If you notice something before I do, please type it in chat, okay? And just let me know. Send it to me if you have a link. evilcj@gmail, Twitter, Discord, anything. It's about the community, and I would love to be able to highlight any of your guys' links as well. I'll definitely shout you out. So if you guys notice anything, let me know. I'll definitely let you know if I notice anything. No, they haven't even got him yet, Tabby Cat. I don't even think they know where he's at. I don't even think so. I don't even think so. Which is sad, because when we were watching it last night and we were covering it, he already could have been in Canada. I gave everybody the frickin' route he could have took. And you didn't even have to drive by big cities. You didn't even have to drive by big cities. What's up, Marie? Thank you for hopping in. Didn't even have to drive by a big city. You could have hit Canada in 2 hours and 40 minutes. He could have been gone. He could be in Canada right now. But when they first started talking about it, it was a multi-state search. Multi-state? It didn't make sense. Something don't make sense, yo.
Nice little artsy town that provides a great quality of life to a lot of people.
But what happened in the early morning hours of November 13th has shaken this community like never before.
I'm scared too. This is a worrying time, but we also have the ability to understand that this is just another example that crime happens, and it can happen anywhere.
Fear. College community still in shock following the brutal stabbings of 4 of their students. So many asking, how did this happen? We start on the evening of Saturday, November 12th. Kaylee Gonsalves and Madison Mogan, where many college students spend their Saturday nights. At this local bar, the Corner Club on North Main Street in downtown Moscow. According to local law enforcement, the two were at the bar between 10 p.m. and 1:30 a.m. on November 13th. At around 1:40 a.m., Kaylee and Madison moved over to a local food truck. You can see them here on surveillance video from the Grub Truck down the street on South Main Street. News Nation has confirmed the 2 women used a private party for a ride home from downtown to their home on King Road. The home is about a mile and a half, or about a 6-minute drive from the food truck. They got home around 1:56 a.m., according to digital evidence collected by investigators. Investigators also say Kaylee and Madison made several calls to an ex-boyfriend of one of the girls 7 times, raising some eyebrows. That person has now been cleared, according to law enforcement. Kaylee Gonsalves' sister spoke with News Nation's Chris Cuomo.
There's no boy problem. There's no threat. There's no high-risk lifestyle that could have indicated this. It has taken all of us completely by shock, and we have absolutely no ideas.
And how did she get the grub truck before Ellie? You know what I mean? That's why they didn't even know about a DoorDash until DoorDash said, hey. I still wonder. That DoorDash. It's the only thing that makes sense for that route in front of the property that LE provides. It's not Joe Dirt. Joe Dirt was busy. It had to be DoorDash.
Another roommate, Xana Kernodle, and her boyfriend, Ethan Chapin, were also out the night of November 12th. Investigators confirmed Ethan and Xana were seen at the Sigma Chi fraternity house on the University of Idaho campus. Here's where things get a little shaky. Law enforcement confirms with News Nation, Ethan and Xana were seen at the fraternity house around 9 p.m. They reportedly made it back home around 1:45 a.m. Investigators are still trying to piece together what happened between 9 p.m. and 1:45 a.m.
Figure out who they were with, what that was going on, maybe any routes or paths that they took to end up going home, those types of things. Potentially, that is critical to the investigation.
As for the 2 surviving roommates, they were also out on the night of November 12th in the Moscow community. They returned home by 1 a.m. The 2 surviving roommates did not wake up until later in the morning on November 13th. That is when they called other friends to the house because they believed one of the second-floor victims had passed out and was not waking up. At 11:58 a.m. on November 13th, a 911 call requested aid for an unconscious person. The call was made from one of the surviving roommates' cell phones inside the residence. Multiple people talked with the 911 dispatcher before Moscow police arrived at the home.
Thank you, man.
Officers discovered Kaylee, Madison, Xana, and Ethan dead inside the residence on the 2nd and 3rd floors of the home, suffering from stab wounds.
It was a pretty large knife, so it's really hard to call them puncture wounds. And they were definitely stabbings and
A really large knife. What's a really large knife to you? I don't think it sounds like a K-bar. It doesn't sound like a K-bar to me.
Inside the residence. Multiple people talked with the 911 dispatcher before Moscow police arrived at the home.
Right, D. Smith. I kind
Officers
of wondered that too. Suffering. I was like, isn't it suffered?
Discovered Kaylee, Madison, Xana, and Ethan dead inside the residence on the 2nd and 3rd floors of the home, suffering from stab wounds.
it was a pretty large knife, so it's really hard to call them puncture wounds. And they were definitely stabbings. And I mean, it has to be somebody that's pretty angry in order to stab 4 people to death.
So many questions unanswered. Authorities remaining tight-lipped, saying there are many details still simply don't know. Do you know inside the house whether the victims' doors were locked into their individual rooms?
I don't know that.
Do you know were any messages left behind in the house, like almost symbols from the killer? Because sometimes in other cases...
Oh, I wish they would have showed his face and not Brian's, man. Oh. That sucks. That angle sucks.
still simply don't know.
I want
Do
to
you
see
know
his
inside
eyes.
the house whether the victims' doors were locked into their individual rooms?
I don't know that.
Do you know were any messages left behind
I want to see the in-betweens too.
in the house, like almost symbols from the killer? Because sometimes in other cases, you know, if it was like a fetish killing, they would leave something on the body or write something on the wall. Is there anything like that?
I'm not aware of anything like that.
So he said he's not aware of anything like that. So the people that are talking about symbols on the walls, I didn't see any kind of deception in that. But then again, you can believe your own lie too.
I don't know that.
Do you know were any messages left behind in the house? Unanswered. Authorities remaining tight-lipped, saying there are many details still.
I got to see the answer to the first question before I can zone in on the answer to the second.
Don't know. Do you know inside the house whether the victims' doors were locked into their individual rooms?
I don't know that.
Do you know were any messages left behind in the house, like almost symbols from the killer? Because sometimes in other cases, you know, if it was like a fetish killing, they would leave something on the body or write something on the wall. Is there anything like that?
I'm not aware of anything like that.
Well, I don't see deception because he shook his head no as he was answering that question. Typically, when someone shakes their head no and says no at the same time, it's a slight sign of honesty.
If it was like a fetish killing, they would leave something on the body or write something on the wall. Is there anything like that?
I'm not aware of anything like that.
Yeah. I don't think there was anything left behind at the scene like that. I mean, I know. I don't believe some of his shit, but I'm looking. Obviously, he could be believing his. Maybe there is. You know what I'm saying? Maybe there is. But I'm looking at it and I'm not seeing, even though that's the crappy part about not seeing the times when you're not asking a question, because that tells you more when you're asking the question is the in between when you're not. But as far as I could tell with what I was given, with my own opinion, I feel like he was being honest about that question, especially about that question, not necessarily the first one, because the first one I didn't see as much substance with his response. He just blinked a couple times. The second question, I saw a lot more substance with the response, and it just kind of leads me to think that there wasn't any kind of symbols that were left behind. But I know, Tiffany. I know. You think the first question he answered nodded yes? I thought he just blinked a couple times. Let me check.
Do you know inside the house whether the victims' doors were locked into their individual rooms?
I don't know that.
Do you know were any messages?
He kind of like nodded. That is interesting.
Left behind in the house, like almost symbols from the killer? Because sometimes in other cases, you know, if it was like a fetish killing, they would leave something on the body or write something on the wall. Is there anything like that?
I'm not aware of anything like that.
Yeah.
While authorities remain.
Yeah, he just kind of shook his head. We're going to switch to an update real quick, everybody. This is Chanley from Court TV. Excuse me. Here's the post that she put up shortly. Just a couple minutes here. We're going to go to this update real quick. Then we're going to go back to the other the program that we're watching here right now. This is just a quick update from Chandler.
Here in Moscow, the alleged mass murderer of 4 college students will be back inside this Latah County courthouse for a couple of pivotal hearings as his defense fights to have his indictments thrown out. The first hearing today is closed to the public because it addresses the secret grand jury process. It concerns the defense motion to dismiss the indictment on the grounds of a biased grand jury, inadmissible evidence, lack of sufficient evidence, and prosecutorial misconduct in withholding exculpatory evidence. But the second hearing later today will have our court TV cameras inside as the judge hears the defense motion to dismiss the indictment on the grounds of error in the grand jury instructions. And here,
today's going to be a big day, y'all. And watch, we're not going to have updates for what took place, but we will have updates for what might change because of what took place this morning. That's what I'm looking out for. And it's going to be very interesting because I think there's going to be a lot today. I feel like today is going to be an interesting day, and especially for both sides, especially for all this conversation that we've been having too, because I think there's a lot of stuff that's being discussed, obviously, a lot of important stuff that's being discussed, stuff that is sealed. We're not going to know what was sealed. We're not going to know what was talked about, but we are going to find out what's taken place because of what's talked about. That's the important part. Trust me, I'm watching. If you guys have any updates before me, let me know, please. I'll shout you out. Send me a link to any of the links I'll put up on the screen. And then as soon as I do see something, I will drop it. And then we're going to be doing fresh notes, old notes. Thank you for hanging out, everybody.
the defense is claiming that the standard of proof to indict should have been beyond a reasonable doubt and not probable cause, something the state described as nonsense in its response. This hearing is taking place just a couple of weeks from what will be the one-year observance of the massacre steps from the University of Idaho campus.
No, I hope he gets put in jail or like prison for a while. Yeah, and most people here do. Like,
no, I just hope the right person gets convicted of the crime. That's what I'm worried about, because it's more about the justice and the truth for the victims and the families.
Nobody likes him.
It impacted like a lot of people on campus.
Yes, it did.
I told my mom like 1,000 times, like if I went here last year, I probably wouldn't have come back because that like the thought of that scares me.
And Julie, a university spokesperson, tells me.
And why? Why does it? Are you still scared? Do you still feel there's somebody else out there? Do you feel like they might have the wrong person? Why do you today feel like if you wouldn't have gone to school there already, you wouldn't have came back? Or you wouldn't have gone? What about today makes you say that? Because we're talking today. So what about today? What? Why?
That there will be a student-led event marking the one-year anniversary of the murders. And as far as that crime scene, they don't plan to tear it down this semester. For now, I'll send it back to you.
Okay, well, that was Chanley Painter's update. Appreciate her. Definitely here. Show some love on there, please, if you're able to. Here's the link again for that update. I will continue to do so. Back to the regularly scheduled programming.
Tight-lipped, we are learning other details from the families of the victims. The vigil on campus Wednesday night, Kaylee's father gave insight into how close his daughter and Madison were discovered, saying the two were found together in the same bed. Earlier this week, there was confusion when law enforcement said there was a miscommunication between police and the county prosecutor about whether this was a targeted attack or not.
My understanding is the investigators believe that whoever's responsible was specifically looking at this particular residence. That's all that they can offer at this point.
The latest from police is they do think the murders were targeted, but police say they have not concluded if the target was the house or one of the occupants. Investigators have also confirmed a sixth person on the lease was not in the home at the time of the murders.
And the roommates and friends who lived in this house behind me were so many things to so many people. Jokesters, a fashionista, some prolific photographers. They were really just typical college kids preparing to take on the world. Their friendships so deep.
Did anybody do their chores today? I'm just gonna do it.
The roommates could rock spot-on impressions of one another.
It's 8. Gotta go, Jay's calling. Oh, Jay's calling.
Two of the young women grew up together. Madison Mogan, Maddie from Coeur d'Alene, and best friend Kaylee Gonzalez from nearby Rathdrum, Idaho. Roommate Xana Kernodle went to high school close by in Post Falls, and her boyfriend Ethan Chapin from out of state, Mount Vernon, Washington. All coming together at the University of Idaho, the tiny college town of Moscow.
Community is reacting with grief, concern. These were 4 very popular people on campus.
Emotions raw at a community vigil on campus Wednesday,
It has my name
Ethan
on my
Chapin's
head.
mother.
My name is Stacy Chapin. I'm Ethan's mom.
Her 20-year-old coming to the university this fall with his brother and sister. Triplets, they were inseparable. Ethan's last day spent accompanying Sister Maisie to her sorority formal. Yet the freshman was usually with his girlfriend, Xana Kernodle, a junior studying marketing and reveling in the pair's growing relationship. A proud post of Mouse and Chef, a playful version of Ratatouille.
And I want people to take this personally because she was everyone's daughter.
Kaylee Gonzalez's sister talking to News Nation's Chris Cuomo about her younger sister. Kaylee was finishing her senior year strong, with her best friend, Maddie Mogan, always at her side.
So then they went to high school together. Then they started looking at colleges. They came here together.
From tweens to Lake City High, teachers say the two girls never parted. Roommates at the University of Idaho, Maddie did join a different sorority, and the live music lover showed off her marketing skills, running the social media account at the Mad Greek restaurant where she worked.
And in the end,
What? She ran it? I missed that part. Hold on. Maybe I missed it this whole time I've been doing the case. I didn't know she ran it.
colleges, they came here together.
From tweens to Lake City High, teachers say the two
Oh,
girls
wow.
never parted. Roommates at the University of Idaho, Maddie did join a different sorority, and the live music lover showed off her marketing skills, running the social media account at the Mad Greek restaurant where she worked.
And in the end, they died together in the same room, in the same bed.
All the people working on trying to figure this out, and it really means a lot.
Artsy and funky Moscow, Idaho, the perfect backdrop for the college journey.
Hey guys, I know I talk about myself a lot, but
Yeah, Maddie ran the Mad Greek social media. I missed that one. I mean, I missed that one.
like, what would you guys do in my situation?
The home on King Road, which once hosted Forever Friends, now bears visible scars of the unthinkable. 4 young lives taken, who, as shown on Xana's high school graduation cap, had their sights set on giving the world so much more.
Make sure that you spend as much time as possible with those people because time is precious and it's something you can't get back.
It's just so heartbreaking what these families are going through. I had the chance to sit down with the Gonzalez family in Kaylee's home. Their loss.
Here's the link for it. This is, again, it was streamed 12/5 of 22. We were at, I'll play it one more time. We were at, it's at the 11:7 mark of the video.
He did join a different sorority, and the live music lover showed off her marketing skills, running the social media account at the Mad Greek restaurant where she worked.
A lover of live music.
And in the end, they died together in the same room, in the same bed.
thank all the people working on trying to figure this out. And it really means a lot.
Artsy and funky Moscow, Idaho, the perfect backdrop for the college journey.
Hey guys, I know I talk about myself a lot, but like, what would you guys do in my situation?
The home on King Road, which once hosted Forever Friends, now bears visible scars of the unthinkable. 4 young lives taken, who, as shown on Xana's high school graduation cap, had their sights set on giving the world so much more.
Make sure that you spend as much time as possible with those people because time is precious and it's something you can't get back.
Just so heartbreaking what these families are going through. I had the chance to sit down with the Gonzalez family in Kaylee's home. Their loss, it is so heavy, and they have been vocal about their relentless search for justice and frustrations with the investigation. Here's part 1 of our conversation.
You know, she was hurt so bad that she was not able to recover. That is just terrible.
Oh, it's okay.
It's terrible. I cannot fathom in my head what kind of person did this.
It's capable.
And why. I can't sleep at night. I lay in bed pondering just millions of different scenarios. And just, I want to know, but then there's stuff obviously you don't want to know, you know, but
You just cry.
I think I want to know it all, and
you're okay.
I just don't understand why. How somebody can take somebody, four of them. It wasn't just my girl. Just so savagely.
Is anyone acting differently since the murders? I mean, is there anyone that you have a weird feeling about that the girls knew or that comes to mind?
Yeah, I would say not in the immediate circle by any means, but a few of the names that have been circulating around, I think it's hard not to kind of...
Oh my gosh. I remember this interview. I could have, I don't know. Maybe I'm just not remembering right. I could have swore they said female. Listen, I'm pretty sure this
dig
is
into
it.
this, and I don't know how much of that is just because we have so little information from law enforcement, and how much of it really is, you know, a sister or a father's intuition.
Can you elaborate at all? I don't know. You don't have to give a name, but I mean, is it someone that she knew, or?
I have something to say about that. I just feel like there's been a couple individuals that were cleared very fast. That may not, maybe he shouldn't have been. And yeah.
She had the strong alibi.
Just really fast.
She had a strong alibi. She really did. Right here, it says she. Watch. Oh my gosh, I knew I remembered something funky about this.
Enforcement, and how much of it really is, you know, a sister or a father's intuition.
Can you elaborate at all? I don't know. You don't have to give a name, but I mean, is it someone that she knew, or?
I have something to say about that. I just feel like there's been a couple individuals that were cleared very fast. That may not, maybe he shouldn't have been. And yeah.
She had the strong alibi.
Just really fast.
She had a strong alibi.
Can you dismiss?
An hour later, and we're like, what?
I gotta wait for it to catch up.
And I don't know. I don't know anything about those individuals. I just know.
Right.
Oh my gosh, it's like so delayed. Hold on. Why is it not?
You don't have to give a name, but I mean, is it someone that she knew, or?
I have something to say about that. I just feel like there's been a couple individuals that were cleared.
Yeah, I remember we went through this a long time ago, and I remember thinking it back then, and then when I'm sitting here looking at this, all of a sudden my mind just went back to the time when we covered it, and I was like, oh yeah, they said she in this. I'm telling you, see what I'm saying? That Rolodex mind, it just stopped right on that card. Ooh, there's the interview. Oh yeah, they said so. It's crazy.
very fast. That may not. Maybe he shouldn't have been.
No, Steve says she, and then she says she. He says she first. She had a strong alibi. Then she says she after that.
And yeah,
She had the strong alibi.
just really fast.
She had a strong alibi. Cleared really fast.
If you can dismiss
14:10.
Maybe he shouldn't have been. And yeah,
she had the strong alibi.
just really fast.
If you can dismiss.
It was really fast. She had a strong alibi. It was really fast. She was cleared really fast.
And yeah,
She had the strong alibi.
just really fast.
If you can dismiss.
An hour later, and we're like, what? And
An hour later, and it was like, what? Who's she? Yeah, we covered it a while ago. And I remember talking about it a long time ago. I just remember when the whole setting of when Enton's back is, because that's normally, it's usually a different setting, and that's what stuck out to me. And then all of a sudden I just started remembering everything that came along with this interview. Who is she? I think that's what it was, because when we went over this back then, that's when we started doing the Emma episodes, because we didn't know who she was. The she that we thought it could be was E. That's right. Okay.
that were cleared very fast. That may not. Maybe he shouldn't have been. And yeah,
She had the strong alibi.
just really fast.
If you can dismiss.
An hour later, and we're like, what? And I don't know. I don't know anything about those individuals. I just know they were people that, definitely should have been looked at. And yeah.
I don't know what would prevent you from sharing somebody's alibi.
Yeah, I think that's what we're struggling with. So it's like, we know what we know. We've, fought for Jack, Kaylee's boyfriend, and, we still stand that way. So I did just kind of want to clear that up while we're talking through this ambiguity that, that's not what we're honing in on here.
We don't want to make more victims out of innocent people.
Exactly.
We definitely don't want to do that.
You've mentioned before that you didn't want to have a funeral right now.
They don't have a question about Jack, but they do have a question about she that was cleared way too quick within an hour. Within an hour. The DoorDash driver? Was the DoorDash driver a she again? But nobody was cleared. She. There's not even a she except for the professor, and that came later down the road. When you go to Moscow's website, hold on a minute. Who is not to be believed to be involved. Well, we know the private, okay, 2 surviving roommates. Are they talking about a surviving roommate? Maybe. Male in the grub truck? No. Party driver? No, that's a male. Another male. Individual at the residence when 911, any individual at the residence when 911 was called. It could be male or female. The person who's involved or who was on the lease but wasn't living there, present at the time. The possible stalker, that's a male. The female, the associate professor, but that didn't come out until later on. So who was she? How did she get cleared an hour early, hour too early, hour too quick? And why did they say cleared? Because the only female they could be talking about is one of their surviving roommates. Other than that, if they're not talking about a surviving roommate, then are they talking about the DoorDash driver? Because they're the ones that knew about the DoorDash driver as well. The ring cam. They're the ones. Did they see the grub truck person or the DoorDash? Did they see if it was a female that was driving the door, or what must have been the DoorDash delivery car on that same ring cam? I'm going to switch to an update here real quick. Give me 1 second. This one was from a little bit ago, but we're going to watch this one real quick. And anybody has questions, this is what they're covering today here.
We have two really big hearings. One's about to start.
Whoops, hold on.
A little less than 30 minutes in the courthouse behind me for a closed hearing for Bryan Kohberger. And again, this is all about his defense wanting to try to get these indictments thrown out. And they are alleging several different grounds that have to do with the grand jury proceedings and violations of the grand jury process, allegedly by prosecutors. So in about 30 minutes, they will be taking up a motion to dismiss the indictment on the grounds of grand jury bias, inadmissible evidence, lack of sufficient evidence, and prosecutorial misconduct, withholding exculpatory evidence, but we can't be privy to the details of that. But we will have our cameras inside a hearing later this afternoon, which is also a defense motion to dismiss the indictment on the grounds of error in the grand jury instructions. So they're asking that to be thrown out, or in the alternate, be remanded to a preliminary hearing. So we will be listening to those attorneys argue what would the standard of proof need to be for a grand jury to indict. So that's what we will be listening to later today, Kelly.
And Kelly, what do we know about the evidence against Kohberger?
Well, we know that prosecutors seem to have a strong case. We've been privy of.
Yeah, we don't really discuss the substances too much on this show, Linda, just because we need more proof. You know what I'm saying? That's why you haven't really heard too much of that around here, is just because we need more proof. It's something that we discussed a long time ago, very early into this case, and it's just something where we just need more proof. You know what I'm saying? So when it comes to the substances and stuff, we just don't talk about it out of respect for the families and the victims, because we definitely don't want to be talking about something like that if it necessarily isn't real. You know what I'm saying? So not that it's not a possibility, because everything is, but at the same time, we are number one about respect for the victims and their families and their communities. And so that's just one of the ways that we give 150 here when it comes to respect for them, is just kind of approaching it that way. So that's why.
The affidavit that they filed, but throughout the court documents over the last several months, almost a year to the date that these murders happened here in Moscow, we know that one of their most important pieces of evidence is, of course, the defendant's DNA at the crime scene. So they were able to find touch DNA on the knife sheath that was found under victim Madison Mogen at the crime scene. That, of course, was first linked to Koberger's biological father. And now, after his arrest, it's a match to him. We also at the scene that identifies a build of a person matching Koberger's identity, according to the affidavit. One of the roommates saw a tall male, athletic build, bushy eyebrows leaving that crime scene, and they say Koberger fits that description and has bushy eyebrows. And then we have the video and the cell phone evidence of Koberger's white Hyundai Elantra traveling from his apartment in Pullman, Washington, to the crime scene here in Moscow around the time of the murders, and his own cell phone data supports that as well. So we can expect that.
Jethro, I just got done saying that it can definitely be a possibility. Like, what's up with the responses? It's crazy.
Evidence was presented in the grand jury,
Sunroof.
and they did indict him. So
Sunroof data.
We shall see what the judge decides today, Kelly.
Kelly, you've been in Moscow now for several days. What's the mood there ahead of this hearing?
Right. Well, as I said, we're just a couple of weeks away from the 1-year mark of this tragedy happening in this community. So I did catch up with some residents and those students back to school this semester to talk about not only this hearing, but this is still very much on their minds, and they are wanting justice for this community. And of course, I visited the crime scene again, the house where this happened. It's boarded up.
What's up, Lisa?
The university says they aren't going to demolish it this semester. So that's also still something on the minds, especially a lot of students who have to walk past it every day. Let's take a listen. On campus, you still see the crime scene, I'm sure. Is that something that you feel a sense that people want to be torn down or keep it there?
They're probably going to keep it there just to let everyone know that.
Okay, we already watched that part a few times when we watched that Court TV episode a little bit ago. New Jersey military base? Are you serious? The afternoon court hearing should be starting in about 20 to 30 minutes, everybody. No. Did not hear that. Wow. Well, thank you for coming in and hanging out, Lisa. We'll be streaming for another few hours here, and then we'll be doing game night tonight. We'll be doing games tonight. I'm excited. So excited. New games. We're going to play a whole choose-your-own-adventure detective game together. And some other stuff. I can't wait. It's going to be fun tonight. It's been so long since we had a game night, everybody. We need it. And we're going to have it tonight. All right, let me get back to this. I'll see if there's any other updates in the background here. I'm rewinding it back to the part where they talk about she.
That were cleared very fast. That may not. Maybe you should know.
Not to kind of, dig into this, and I don't know how much of that is just because we have so little information from law enforcement, and how much of it really is, a sister or a father's intuition.
Can you elaborate at all? I don't know. You don't have to give a name, but I mean, is it someone that she knew, or?
I have something to say about that. I just feel like there's been a couple individuals that were cleared very fast. That may not. Maybe she.
Huh. Is it somebody that she knew? Is it somebody that she knew? Interesting. Yeah, Jethro. I mean, I don't understand why you keep saying the same word over and over and over. It really doesn't make sense to me, honestly. And we're just not that kind of community where we'd say the substances or say trigger words or anything like that. So I'm just going to ask respectfully for you to, if you're going to say a substance, say substance. That's just not what the community is about. So there's plenty other shows on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? You can talk those substances as much as you want and others. This is just not the community. And I think it's pretty obvious when there's mods reaching out to you. You know what I'm saying? Let's talk about your family member that way, Jethro, and then let's see if you like it. Right? Let's talk about your family member that way. I don't think you would like it.
You don't have to give a name, but I mean, is it someone that she knew, or?
I have something to say about that. I just feel like there's been a couple individuals that were cleared very fast. That may not, maybe shouldn't have been. And yeah,
Share the strong alibi.
just really fast.
If you can dismiss.
An hour later, and we're like, what? And I don't know. I don't know anything about those individuals. I just know they were people that, definitely should have been looked at. And yeah.
I don't know what would prevent you from sharing somebody's alibi.
Yeah, I think that's what we're struggling with. So it's like, we know what we know. We've, fought for Jack, Kaylee's boyfriend, and, we still stand that way. So I did just kind of want to clear that up while we're talking through this ambiguity that, that's not what we're honing in on here.
We don't want to make more victims out of innocent people.
Exactly.
We definitely don't want to do that.
No. You've mentioned before that you didn't want to have a funeral right now because the killer's still out there. Is that something that you're still thinking about? Are you nervous at all? I mean, because in Moscow, we talk to students. People are really nervous there.
They should be.
Yeah.
This targeted to me, it seems behavior based. That's why I don't like it, and it kind of pits the parents against you.
And this is before. Remember when we watched that interview with the family last night, and they were saying that the agencies told them that they needed to slow down and stop, that they were getting ahead of them. They were on the same track, but it was a little slower for them because they have to dot their I's and cross their T's. This is before that took place.
Each other. So I don't like that. I just told some of the other parents today that, if your daughter has no ill will for me, man, to me, if you go have a couple beers or go out and hang out with your friends and then come home and go to bed, if that's your target, then I think we all do that. I think we all come home and go to our beds.
It's all target.
Yeah. So
it's kind of a bad word then. It doesn't really make sense in some ways.
Exactly.
Even the prosecutor told me that.
Yeah.
He said, I think it was kind of a weird word to choose.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if it makes sense if there was some bad behavior that they did, let's say, I don't know, they came from a strip club or something, and then somebody followed them home. That's a targeted thing. That's what comes. I've had innocent people that were interviewed that were their neighbors, and they said, I'd be a lot more scared if it wasn't targeted.
Yeah.
Because I'm not doing anything to target me. And I'm like, well, if targeting's just going to bed with your friends.
So maybe that was just a way to calm people down?
I feel like it was strategic.
Yeah.
It was a strategic way to keep people from hitting the door, transferring out, and turning that place into a ghost town.
What? See? Right there. Right there. That's what we've been saying.
And then come home and go to bed. If that's your target, then I think we all do that. I think
we know what we know. We've, fought for Jack, Kaylee's boyfriend, and, we still stand that way. So I did just kind of want to clear.
I'm just going to let you guys know. We discussed it last night where we were talking about doing a show in the future where we go through in order all of the times that they appeared, whether it's on a program that we can air or a program that we can air. We really need to. We really need to because, man, no wonder back then we were rooting for Steve so much. Because it's so obvious. We felt the same freaking way back then about the case. And we haven't changed. But it's totally understandable. Because they have to believe that Ellie's being honest. But you can tell in the beginning, they're doing their own. That's before the agency told them to slow down. They know what the hell's going on. They knew what was
you
going
don't have to give a
on.
name, but I mean, is it someone that she knew or?
I have something to say about that. I just feel like there's been a couple individuals that were cleared very fast. That may not, maybe he shouldn't have been. And yeah,
She had the strong alibi.
just really fast.
If you can dismiss,
an hour later, and we're like, what? And I don't know. I don't know anything about those individuals. I just know they were people that, definitely should have been looked at. And
I don't know what would prevent you from sharing somebody's alibi.
Yeah, I think that's what we're struggling with. So it's like, we know what we know. We've, fought for Jack, Kaylee's boyfriend, and, we still stand that way. So I did just kind of want to clear that up while we're talking through this ambiguity that, that's not what we're honing in on here.
We don't want to make more victims out of innocent people.
Exactly.
We definitely don't want to do that.
You've mentioned before that you didn't want to have a funeral right now because the killer's still out there. Is that something that you're still thinking about? Are you nervous at all? I mean, because in Moscow, we talked to students. People are really nervous there.
They should be.
Yeah.
This targeted to me, it seems behavior based. That's why I don't like it, and it kind of pits the parents against each other. So I don't like that. I just told some of the other parents today that if your daughter is ill will for me, man. To me, if you go have a couple beers or go out and hang out with your friends and then come home and go to bed, if that's your target, then I think we all do that. I think we all come home and go to our beds.
it's all target.
Yeah. So
it's kind of a bad word then. It doesn't really make sense in some ways.
Exactly.
Even the prosecutor told me that.
Yeah.
He said, I think it was kind of a weird word to choose.
Yeah. I mean, if it makes sense if there was some bad behavior that they did, let's say, I don't know, they came from a strip club or something, and then somebody followed them home. That's a targeted thing. That's what comes. I've had innocent people that were interviewed that were their neighbors, and they said, I'd be a lot more scared if it wasn't targeted.
Yeah.
Because I'm not doing anything to target me. And I'm like, well, if targeting is just going to bed with your friends.
So maybe that was just a way to calm people down.
Whoa, this is a good one.
Like it was strategic.
Yeah.
It was a strategic way to keep people from hitting the door, transferring out, and turning that place into a ghost town.
Exactly right. Man, I'm telling you guys, I am so glad that I spent 4 freaking hours a week and a half ago going through these old notes, fresh notes folder for us to discuss all of these things. Every single video that we have watched so far. Man. What's up, KP? What's up, Kelly? Thank you for hopping in. Appreciate you. Anne, how you doing tonight? Over there in the UK. Man. Well, Sherry K, she was on our show a few times, and I thought about doing a members only live where we go over all the shows she was on our show and sit back and kind of hang out and watch all the conversations that her and I had when she was over here. Yeah, she was on the show a few times. Back in the springtime, I think. Earlier this year, springtime or so. She was on the shows for a few shows. Yeah. But I was going to do a members only of that. That's not going to be open to just all the subs. That'll be if we do that. Because I don't even think I have those available for members. Actually, I don't even think I have them available for anybody. But I was going to do a members only show where we do sit back and watch the few episodes that she was on. And it would be an all day stream too. It might even have to be a couple parts because you're probably talking about 20 hours, give or take, 20 hours of conversation. So it probably would have to be split up in a couple episodes. But I was thinking about just members only for that. Oh, really? I mean, I don't know. I don't watch her anymore. It was just something I thought about doing for members. Because we have had her on the show. And, yeah, about 20 hours, I would say. Yeah, total. 20 hours of airtime. Yeah. So we can do that members only some night. It'll probably be 2 parts, though. And it'll still be long shows. It might even have to be 3. Maybe even 4. I don't know. But it is interesting. Like, I'm glad that I did that because as we're going through these fresh notes, old notes, we're finding different stuff. Maybe stuff we forgot. Maybe stuff like Brandy Wine wrote down a long time ago. Note number 10. We definitely need to do the show where we watch all of their programs in order of date. Let me check. I'm going to see if there's any updates. I haven't seen nothing yet.
You never think you're going to lose your little sister.
Yeah.
Ever. You never think you're going to have to bury your daughter.
Absolutely unbelievable. It's nothing compared to the pain that I feel.
Yeah.
From Kaylee.
Aw.
And I don't know. It's several things. It's her age. It's how it happened.
It's her life.
Why it happened. Who did this to her?
Just graduated.
Who did this to her and her friends? The fact that she was with her best friend. I mean, since they were little girls.
That family tonight is so heartbroken. I've been in touch with them. It's literally unimaginable to think about what they are going through, but they are so determined to find this killer, and they say they are going to keep the pressure on the police until that happens. Okay, coming up, we're going to talk more about that breaking news that we learned about just tonight about the condition of the bodies. We are live tonight from Moscow, Idaho.
Up next, Xana's mom breaks her silence for the first time.
We need more answers.
And internet sleuths are on the case.
And this is my theory on multiple parts of the case, okay?
But when does it help the investigation and when does it go too far?
I'm Brian Enton, live in Moscow, Idaho tonight. The murder mystery has reignited the murder here. The online sleuthing community who gained notoriety during the search for Gabby Petito in 2021. We are talking about the armchair detectives, people who sift through social media looking for any possible clue. And in the vacuum of information from Moscow police, their voices are louder than ever. Here's News the Nation's Ashley Banfield.
What we know is that 6 missed calls were made from Kaylee to Jack's phone, her ex-boyfriend.
From the start, amateur investigators shared their theories on the Moscow, Idaho quadruple murders. The case has gripped the nation. People are craving as much information as possible, trying to put the pieces together themselves.
I'm going to talk about the slayings in Moscow, Idaho.
I'm wondering if it was a friend, not one of the roommates.
This is just as pretty much everybody talking about this case, pure speculation.
Partly fueled by a lack of information from the police.
Everybody has an opinion and they want to come out and say it. And so what that does is that detracts from the public's ability to trust the information that's out there.
Police have always had to work around rumors. They sift through leads, discarding the hoaxes and the hearsay to try to get to the credible tips. But the sheer volume of tips in this case could take a toll on police resources. But They could also crack the case. Nearly 500 digital media tips have come in to an FBI page dedicated to the case. The Moscow police are on rumor control, both on their website and during their news conferences. Often, the rumors get started on social media.
Okay, I have no qualifications to be speaking on the Idaho murders other than the fact that I just have been keeping up with them. And this is my theory on multiple parts of the case, okay?
Social media sites seizing the moment, setting algorithms to gain traction on the Idaho case. TikTok posts with the hashtag Idaho murders have more than 90 million views. Reddit forums with 27,000 members, and private Facebook groups, each with tens of thousands of people, are all talking about the Idaho murders and are ripe with wild speculation, many delving into Kaylee, Xana, Madison, and Ethan's own social media accounts. But these crowdsourced investigations can also ruin lives as they track down so-called suspects on their own. First, it was the young man in the hoodie seen at the food truck.
Hold on. We're the ones that can ruin lives when they're the ones that were spewing all that shit? What? We're speaking truth. We're speaking damn truth. Fox will probably not. Thank you, Magdalena, for the SEK 599 super sticker. Appreciate that very much. Where's SEK? I've never seen SEK before. Thank you. Appreciate that. Where's SEK from? Fox will not. Usually we get our sources from Court TV. Usually we're the ones that end up having it first. So trust me, guys, every time that this court hearing is, you can go back to the old shows. You can see the people coming in chat. How do you got it? Yeah, trust me. We're on it. The team is on it, people. We will get it if it's available.
Truck in a video that surfaced days after the murders. Police were flooded with questions about who he was.
I think a lot of people were curious about that person. We were able to identify him.
Police have since cleared that man, but online sleuths soon turned their attention to a new suspect, a neighbor of the victim.
Wow, well, thank you. I appreciate it. It's a Swedish kroner. Well, thank you. That's my first Swedish kroner. Thank you. I appreciate that. Appreciate that.
Victims named Jeremy Reagan. He's a third-year law student at the University of Idaho and gave a TV interview about the comings and goings at the house where the kids were murdered.
Thank you. I
He admits that
appreciate
he'd given
that.
a nervous smile while
Thank
talking
you.
about the crime. Some viewers took issue and made him a target. Soon he moved from target to suspect, and it was open season on the internet.
People online have just been ruthless. They went through and gone through all of my social media history over the past decade, partly because of all the reports that the people had sent in about me in the interview.
Oh, and this poor guy. You remember this poor guy back then, everybody? You remember when this poor guy, he was talking about how he even had to go get a weapon because he didn't even feel safe walking down the street. You know? That poor guy. Shout out Jeremy Reagan.
Reagan has spoken with the police and even volunteered his DNA. But when he didn't hear back from the officers, he simply went to the station himself and gave police a sample. But as amateur investigators continue to dig deep into his personal life, contacting his friends and his family, Jeremy is now so concerned that he carries a pistol for...
Right. They went too far. They went too far. Yeah, it was long ago, right, Crystal? Yeah, and he is a law student. That is correct. That is correct. Poor guy.
protection. Amateur detectives have had some success before. During the Gabby Petito case, social media hashtags exploded with billions of views. It was social media users that put many of the pieces together and gave police...
Oh, they certainly did after the arrest, didn't they, Storm Dancer? They certainly did. Certainly. Oh boy, it was
strong
nuts.
clues as to where to look. Back in Moscow, Idaho, with every day that the 4 murders go unsolved, the online investigative community is sure to grow. Each wanting to be the cyber sleuth that unlocks the mystery and solves the crime. But at what cost to the professional investigators and to the public?
And Ashley Banfield joins me now. Ashley, you have been on this story since the very beginning. You've been doing it every single night on your show. We know with the Gabby Petito case, the online sleuths really had an impact, helped solve what happened. Do you think that could happen in this case?
So the reality is, Brian, that every police officer will tell you when trying to solve a case, there is no detail that is too small. And they ask the public to bring forth any details because sometimes that minute detail can be the linchpin that opens up an entire other set of facts. Well, I don't know how many total officers have eyes on this, but it's upwards of maybe somewhere below 100. And with the online community, they may be able to triangulate some details between photos that may go missed by the detectives on the case. So in one circumstance, it is highly effective to have that many more eyes that could point out something that's critical to the case. But as we just heard, it can also be detrimental, Brian, to Jeremy Reagan and people like him who all of a sudden become targets for attacks. And those attacks can be relentless. I will also say this, Brian, it is not as though an online community hasn't had incredible success before. You mentioned Gabby Petito. There was also a serial killer in Canada that the online community found before the police found him, and the police ignored them. So there are some lessons to be learned from that, and there are some things the community can actually help with in terms of investigation.
And you mentioned Jeremy. I saw him on your show the other night. He actually lives right down the way here. I can see his apartment from where I'm standing. You can't help but feel bad for that guy. I heard him on your show say that he actually went to the police station to give up his own DNA just because he wanted to clear his name. All right, Ashley, don't go anywhere because we are going to talk to you about this breaking news that we talked about at the top of the show, the new revelations that we have confirmed about the conditions of the bodies, what that might mean in terms of who was targeted. We're going to get to that coming up right after this break. We are live from Moscow, Idaho tonight.
Again, there is no updates. I'm double checking, quadruple checking. No updates so far. Like I said, I got 4 sources up right now and potentially 1 more. But these are all national. So as soon as something pops up, and I even have Twitter up, so as soon as there's an update, anything, we will have it for you. Thank you all for hanging out. I appreciate you.
Where we continue to look into the murders that happened in the house behind me, 4 innocent college students now 3 weeks ago. Still no significant developments, still no named suspect, still no named persons of interest. I want to bring back in Ashley Banfield. And Ashley, I've been looking forward to this because I want to talk to you about this new information that we confirmed just before the special today. The new information is that Kaylee Gonzalez's injuries were significantly more brutal. That is what I can say. Significantly more brutal than her best friend Maddie's injuries. What do you make of that new piece of information, Ashley?
Well, it's astounding, for one, because this is the first time, Brian, that you've been able to get the kind of information that helps us to perhaps try to figure out why this happened. Not saying this is definitive, but it certainly is one additional clue as to whether perhaps Kaylee might have been the target. But you got more information that makes it almost more complicated, and that is where the girls were found. So walk us through what you discovered today, because many of us didn't know which room when Kaylee's father said they were found in the same room and in the same bed.
Yeah, let me show you, Ashley. I want to take you up the hill here and get you oriented. This is the front of the house. There's now private security out front. And oh my, because it's and it's very, very slippery, but we're going to walk you up to the back of the house. No windows on the side of the house. You've got the front door obviously on the front, which we know has the coded lock. On the back of the house, though, is where the bedrooms are. Confirmed that key injuries.
Brian, I think we just lost your mic, and I'm not sure. There, no, you're back. You're back. Can you just repeat what you said in the last 10 seconds? Your mic went dead.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was explaining that we confirmed that Kaylee's injuries were more significantly brutal than Maddie's. We've also confirmed that they were on the third floor. I'm going to have Mo show you. Third floor here, where not easy access. You've got the balcony. There's a slider. You can't easily jump up there. So what this has us wondering, Ashley, and I want you to kind of walk through this with me. If Kaylee's injuries were the most severe up on the third floor, and there's no way out of the third floor, would that mean the killer specifically targeted the third floor? Because it doesn't make any sense. Why would the killer go up to a floor where there would not be an easy exit for him? What do you make of that, Ashley?
Well, it's significant in that we still don't know where the killings began. Did they begin on the second floor where Xana Kernodle's room was? And of course, Ethan had been staying over that night. And we now know that that room was the room on the far side of the house. So not the side of the house that you're on right now, on the other side of the house at the front of the house. That's Xana and Ethan's. And then did they progress to the third floor? And while your mic was cutting out, I think the key piece of information that the audience couldn't hear was which room upstairs on the third floor the girls were actually found. That before now, we only knew they were found together, but we didn't know in Maddie's room or in Kaylee's room. And so as we look at the third floor map right there, bedroom number E, or bedroom E, is Maddie's bedroom, and it looks out the back of the house. And bedroom F is Kaylee's bedroom, and it looks out the front, but also the back where the slider is. So what did you discover about which room, Maddie's room on the left or Kaylee's room on the right?
That's right. We've confirmed that they were in Maddie's room, which is also interesting. That's something that we did not know. So Kaylee's injuries were significantly more brutal, but they were sleeping together in Maddie's room. So that helps put the puzzle together. There's also something new that helped put the puzzle together, and it was on your show. It was an exclusive interview you had on your show Friday night with Xana's mother. We had never heard from her before. She called into your show. I want to play what she said, and then we can talk about it on the other side, Ashley.
Her father mentioned to me that he had just went and replaced the lock the weekend before.
You said her father mentioned to you that they had replaced the lock?
Yes, that he had fixed it or something. But yeah, he said that he had fixed it the week before, just to make sure
the week before.
Yeah. I do not think it was the house that was targeted. I believe wholeheartedly that it was those kids who were targeted. They weren't just acquaintances. These kids were like best friends. They practically were family. These kids were.
They weren't acquaintances. They were practically family. It doesn't make sense to the community. 3 weeks later, it doesn't make sense. Thank you, Stephen Mindy, for the sub. 3 weeks later, the same. It doesn't make sense to them. You continue to hear this from the community, but not from mainstream media. That's why I'm saying these local reporters, not this shit, these local reporters that ask these people the questions, the real questions, that's when you get the truth. Because how much did you hear about the community on mainstream media unless it had to do something with, oh my gosh, his mental illnesses, he needs to be locked up forever? You hear kids from the community, they're scared. It doesn't make sense. Not somebody that is their aunt. People that actually live on that street, people that actually live in that community. That's who you need to listen to, not somebody that knew BK 5 years ago, 10 years ago, an aunt that got divorced. Why? Why? You're not getting what the community is saying. That's the truth. I don't judge anybody. I consider the source. I consider the source. This is somebody from the community, okay? This is who you should be listening to.
And before.
People who were there.
You said her father mentioned to you that they had replaced the lock?
Yes, that he had, or he had fixed it or something. But yeah, he said that he had fixed it the week before, just to make sure
the week before.
It was still, yeah. I do not think it was the house that was targeted. I believe wholeheartedly that it was those kids who were targeted. They weren't just acquaintances. These kids were like best friends. They practically were family. These kids were tight knit. They were good friends. They were like family. They were around each other constantly. They did everything together. How could it not be a planned thing? You know, how could it not have been targeted?
Voice of Xana's mom here, like any.
Okay, so yeah, I wanted to ask you actually two significant things that stood out to me during that interview. Number one, what she said about the door locks. Number two, that she feels that, I think she put it, these kids were targeted. Talk to me about why those two things. I mean, they're new, and what do they mean?
Critical. And I just wanted to make sure that our viewers knew that was the voice of Xana's mom. She wasn't on video because she's so distraught. That was just her voice that we heard. But she said that the locks had been worked on by Steve, or rather by Jeff Kernodle, Xana's dad, just the weekend before. She couldn't confirm whether the lock that he had fixed was on Xana's room or whether it was a lock to the outside of the house. But I did say, did the rooms have individual locks? And she believed that Xana's room did have a lock. So very, very significant, because we've been trying to figure out, and there's a picture right there on the screen on the left-hand side, is what one of the rooms in the house used to have in it, a coded lock to get into an individual bedroom, and that each bedroom had a coded lock. That was 3 years ago, and we're not sure if each bedroom still has a coded lock. But it's critical because we've tried to figure out, how did the killer get in to a locked bedroom, and then how did the door perhaps get locked on the way out so that the roommates couldn't get in and thought someone was passed out on the other side? That's critical. But I also think it's very critical that she thinks that the target was the kids, not the home, and that it was someone they knew and trusted. And then one more thing, Brian, about the fact that the girls were found in Maddie's room and not Kaylee's room. I think it's important for our viewers to know that Kaylee was in the process of moving out. So it's possible that many of her things were scattered all over the bed, or the bed was in pieces or had no bedding, and that's why she might have been in her best friend's room. But if the killer went into Maddie's room and yet Kaylee had more injuries, and it's dark, it's the middle of the night, this complicates things even more, because if Kaylee was the target, then how would the killer know which one of the girls that was in Maddie's room if they were sleeping? Because they look a lot alike, and in the dark, it would be very tricky to tell, and certainly it wasn't Kaylee's room. So very, very big find that you've discovered, but even more complicating.
Yeah, certainly some big developments tonight that really help us piece together the story. Ashley, I know you've been covering this every single night on your show. You and I have been on the phone late at night discussing all of this, and we'll continue to do the same thing next week. Ashley, thanks so much for coming on tonight.
You bet.
Okay, we've still got a lot more to come. We are live in Moscow, Idaho tonight. A News Nation exclusive, a look inside the crime lab system that handles all homicides in Idaho, as we dig into the physical evidence the killer might have left behind. Plus,
unimaginable loss.
A lot of people have been wondering if Kaylee had a stalker, if that was really true.
And new information from a family taking justice into their own hands.
Yeah. Now go ahead and pause it here real quick. I totally agree. Tabby Cat. I've agreed since we found out there was a DoorDash that took place right around the same time, or what I consider inside the timeline, because my timeline's different than what they claim. I've always felt from the beginning, since we found out there was a DoorDasher, that the DoorDash delivery was not a coincidence. I'll put it that way, Tabby. I appreciate Brian Etten. He's probably the only one that I really trust when it comes to mainstream media. He's probably the only one that I really trust, honestly. And yeah, if you guys, what's up, Commercial Zone? If you guys have any updates on the manhunt, you can go ahead and drop them in chat. And if we need to go live, we'll go live. But I'm going to go ahead and stick to this. I'm still checking every minute and 30 seconds. I'm looking for an update. I'm looking for a court hearing. I'll get it to you as soon as we get it. Trust me. Let me know about the updates on the manhunt in chat if you guys know.
We have been outside this crime scene for a week now, and there are a lot of questions about the evidence inside and what actually happens to it. And just last night, we were standing in this spot. We're pretty much here all the time for the most part. We saw detectives walking out with brown bags in their hands, but we still don't know exactly what was inside. It was an interesting development, though. There were some very, very large bags, and it seemed like they went in to gather some kind of evidence and then came out about an hour later. Idaho State Police Forensic Services, they're pouring over what has been taken from this scene. They've been in the home multiple times. News Nation got an exclusive look at the state crime lab. Alex Capriello joins me live now. Alex, there's so much frustration among the community. So many people are wanting answers quickly because, you see the TV shows. They think that they can get these results fast, but it seems like it really does take quite a bit of time.
Right, it does. That's exactly what we learned from the Idaho State Crime Lab. The fact of the matter is that this is an incredibly complex crime scene. And obviously, with the killer still on the loose, every bit of evidence is crucial to try to crack this case open.
The knife, the incredible amount of blood, and the complexity of a bustling home with plenty of visitors. The forensics team is on a case like few others.
It's so very complex. We're not talking about a person that just randomly walks up on the street and stabs somebody and walks away. We're talking about 4 individuals here.
Forensics professor and Body Bags podcast host Joseph Scott Morgan also taking note of how the murderer slipped into the home on Moscow's Kings Road. No broken windows, no broken doors.
And for the investigators, that's a big piece of information. It goes from, if you're looking at a potential suspect, what level of familiarity did they have with this environment? Did they feel comfortable in it? Did they know their way around? Would they say, you know what? Maybe I don't want to go in the bottom. Keep in mind, the 2 people that live downstairs, they didn't die.
And also in this case, a complicated stew of DNA from the roommates, and as a hopping college house,
Still on the loose, every bit of.
So very complex. We're not talking about a person that just randomly walks up on the street and stabs somebody and walks away. We're talking about 4 individuals here.
Forensics professor and Body Bags podcast host Joseph Scott Morgan also taking note of how the murderer slipped into the home on Moscow's Kings Road. No broken windows, no broken doors.
And for the investigators, that's a big piece of information. It goes from, if you're looking at a potential suspect, what level of familiarity did they have with this environment? Did they feel comfortable in it? Did they know their way around? Would they say, you know what? Maybe I don't want to go in the bottom. Keep in mind, the 2 people that live downstairs, they didn't die.
And also in this case.
Well, thank you for the subs, Stephen Mindy. Where I'm at, where the community's at, is the person that committed the crime being convicted. We're not about guilty people getting set free, and we're not about innocent people getting convicted. And so that's why we not only explore all thoughts, theories, and opinions, but we do it in a respectful way as well, maybe a little more respectful than others, because of the things that we will talk and not talk about, just because of evidence reasons. But we're about exploring it like a member of a jury would have to explore it, basically. We're looking for reasonable doubt. We're looking for the dots to match up. We're looking for all of it. We not only praise LE when they're doing a fantastic job, we also talk shit when they're not. Because when we're about the justice for the family and the victims, we're not about the bullshit. We're not about the lies. We're not about the shit that don't match. We are about the shit that does match. We are about highlighting things that are done the way they should be. So you just boil it all down to, it's all about the right person being convicted for the crime. What's up, Yoli? How you doing this afternoon?
Hi, I'm fine. I was working, so I'm done.
Ah, cool.
What's
Yeah,
going
we're
on?
just waiting. I'm
Oh, is there a delay?
checking these updates like crazy. On the computer?
Yeah, I'm on my computer. So is there a delay?
I don't think so. I think we're okay.
Okay, good. Okay.
Just checking. So what do you think? I guess it's still going. They're still waiting for the first one to get done.
Hearing?
Yeah.
They're still waiting for the first one?
Yeah.
Oh my. Well,
What do you think
let me
about
see. What
that?
time did it start? What time did the first one start?
I think
What time
it
did the
was
first one start?
10:30 a.m. Pacific.
Oh, so that's my time. Oh my goodness, 10:30?
Yeah.
So it's
Yeah.
wow. Wow.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
and this is
I've
the stuff
been
that was
hearings
sealed.
that have lasted for like a day.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I'm
Wow.
saying this one that's happened, and we'll get a little bit of something. We'll get a little, if we don't, yeah, it's sealed, so we're not going to know what was talked about. We're not going to know any of the details, but we will, because of what's taking place this morning, we will know a little bit of something based off of what is going to happen this afternoon or what does not happen, honestly.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a long hearing. I'm wondering
Yeah.
if they actually brought witnesses to, if there's witnesses testifying. Because in criminal court, I think you can bring witnesses for motions, just like she did for the motion for the DNA. So yeah, this is in civil, we don't have witnesses come to motion hearings. So that's the difference.
Mm-hmm. It's got that. I think that's why there's been so much talk about the case maybe being dismissed, because the stuff that they're
Yeah.
bringing up, I'll let this is from Chanley Painter earlier. I'll let her kind of go through it again. We'll get back to this older episode from before, but here's Chanley from
Hearing for
earlier.
Brian Koberger. And again, this is
okay.
We have two really big hearings. One's about to start in a little less than 30 minutes in the courthouse behind me for a closed hearing for Brian Koberger. And again, this is all about his defense wanting to try to get these indictments thrown out. And they are alleging several different grounds that have to do with the grand jury proceedings and violations of the grand jury process, allegedly by prosecutors. So in about 30 minutes, they will be taking up a motion to dismiss the indictment on the grounds of grand jury bias, inadmissible evidence, lack of sufficient evidence, and prosecutorial misconduct, withholding exculpatory evidence. But we can't be privy to the details of that. But we
So I'll leave that up there for a minute. So this is everything that they've been going over and are going over this morning right now. Will we even have a court hearing this afternoon? I don't think so. I don't know.
Yeah. So the lack of sufficient evidence and the prosecutorial misconduct is what I think is taking the most time. Inadmissible evidence, that just kind of goes with it goes with either or, but I think the last two are probably what's
it's
taking.
because it's about the secret grand jury.
Yeah.
It's about how, like I was saying back then, the Christmas stocking that has a bunch of crumpled up fucking paper that makes you think it's full of Kit Kats and Hot Wheels. And I think the defense is pouring out some of that crumpled paper, and they're saying, yo, this is what you had the grand jury from, was this crumpled paper here. It wasn't Kit Kats. It wasn't Hot Wheels. It was crumpled up paper to make you think like there was shit in this stocking. That's why I think it's taken so long, because they're showing there's shit that they wanted sealed up.
Well, I mean, I at least
They
think that
didn't want people to know about it.
Yeah. I at least think they probably will go back to preliminary hearing, but maybe he'll get dismissed because, if there is prosecutorial
Wouldn't that be
misconduct,
nuts?
that's pretty big. And
wouldn't that be nuts if we don't even after this? Wouldn't that be nuts if after this court hearing we don't even have any more fucking court hearings after this because it does get dismissed?
That would
Can
be
you
crazy.
imagine how fucking hurt these families would be because they've been focused on this one dude the whole fucking time?
But maybe if it does get
That would
dismissed,
be-
maybe then sleuths
that would
will
be crazy.
really go into it.
No, you know what? Okay, remember? Okay, my read through of Ann Taylor's 2017 acquittal.
No, I know.
The prosecutors, after that person was found not guilty, the prosecutors from the same area said, well, we felt that this, just like Koberger, we felt that we had all this evidence and this person really committed the crime, so we don't feel that it's necessary to investigate any other leads. So do you think that these people are going to investigate any? I don't think so. They'll probably be like, you know what? Sorry, we think that this guy is guilty. We have all of this evidence. We've been trying to tell you guys this for all these months. And then, no, I'm sorry, we don't feel like we need to get. Watch. Oh my gosh. It was an idea way in the beginning.
But
Go
the people like Kaylee's father, other people are going to be investigating it, and they're going to be investigating it, and they're going to bring it to the prosecutor. They're going to bring all kinds of stuff to the prosecutor.
But they're too bullheaded.
I know they're bullheaded, but at
They're not
some
gonna
point,
listen.
no. But at some point, Mr. Thompson isn't always going to be the prosecutor.
I know.
At some point,
They're not going to do. I
there's
see
no
them
statute of
taking the
limitations
easy
on
way.
murder.
I know, but I just see them taking, when they're this confident, I just see them taking the we know more than you route. For real. Think about it like this. Right? Think about it like this. When there was corruption in a rap artist's unaliving, right?
Yes.
They didn't want to hear nothing else. Period. For years, they didn't want to hear nothing else. Nope. This is what happened. Nothing else. I just don't see them being. I don't see them being like, okay, sorry, we're gonna go ahead.
I mean, I know you don't see it because
I don't see it. Just because of that 2017 acquittal from Ann Taylor.
I know you don't see it.
From the same area, man. I'm telling you. Wipe your, just like Howard Bloom. Wipe your hands. Walk away. I With them
Well,
being this confident.
The only thing, if I want to remain positive, if I want to, I don't think that
I think you are in a
actually.
delay because I haven't said anything for a second.
Oh, I
Yeah,
am?
I think so.
Oh no.
What happened?
I don't know.
Backseat Bill. Well, he didn't like being in the back seat last
Okay,
time.
so can you hear me talking?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I am on a delay.
Like,
Okay, so you were saying that you don't think it's going to happen?
don't think what that they would if this case gets dismissed today or period, do I see them going after somebody else? Hell no. Hell no. I don't
Okay.
see them doing it, especially with the article and the case that we read, and then with how confident they are about this guy being the guy. I mean, you got to admit they are damn confident that this guy's the guy. You know, that they're certainly walking around with that shined up belt buckle and the legs kicking out to each side. You know, they got that strut going. You know, walking down the street like clickety clack. You know, we're confident as hell. You know, head held up high, arms through the or fingers through the belt loops. You know, you got that strut going. I don't see. Why would they?
Okay.
Why would Kootenai County do that if it's not what might be considered normal? It's a
Okay.
different part of the country.
Yeah, I think I am on a delay. I'll probably have to hop on my phone.
Go ahead. I won't talk for a minute. Go ahead.
Okay. So what you're saying is true, that other case they didn't want to pursue any leads. They thought they had their man, right? In this case, I know you say that they're confident that they have their person. I don't believe that they're that confident. They may appear like they're confident.
Why
but,
don't you think that?
Well,
what?
Here's what leads me to believe why I don't think that is because when Mr. Thompson appeared at the last hearing regarding the DNA, he basically said, even though he had the motion that was questioning the other DNA that was found, the other 3 unknown DNAs, he had the motion and that was part of it. He said, well, I wasn't prepared to do that. I wasn't prepared to discuss that.
Right.
Okay. So that leads me to believe that he's not confident. If he were confident, he would have an explanation as to why those 3 DNA samples were not uploaded. And basically he said they were not qualified.
Yeah, they weren't qualified.
Yeah,
they weren't
we don't know what
qualified.
that means. And, the judge, well, I can't second guess the judge, but, maybe it's an evidentiary thing, but why aren't they qualified? Tell us, but for him to stand up there and say, well, I didn't know this was going to be an issue. I didn't know this was going to come up. That tells me lack of confidence.
You weren't prepared.
Because believe me, I would never say that. I would never, ever, I'm prepared. I know this is going to come up. I know it's going to come up. He's just like, well, Your Honor, I didn't know, that this was going to be an issue. How could you not know? It's in the motion.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. When I was sitting there, like, if I'm putting myself as a family member in that courtroom and that's the kind of the shit that I'm hearing from the prosecution, I'm like, yo, we got problems. We got fucking problems.
Yeah. So
where's my effort for my freaking family member? It's your job.
Okay. Yeah. Can I talk now? Are you done?
Yeah. No,
the delay. Okay. Yeah. So if they were confident, they would have portrayed a different, I don't know. To me, it seems like we got to do this job. We're basically, tap dancing here. We're trying to get through this hearing. I don't think that they are as confident as they may. Oh, I don't think they appear confident at all. So I think.
I do.
if this does get dismissed and he goes free, you think they think they're competent?
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah.
So what makes you think that they're confident? I'm just curious.
Look at the way that they're talking about his guilt. Are they looking for anybody else?
Wait, but who's talking about his guilt?
The prosecution. Like, are they looking for anybody else?
Well,
anytime they talk about him, we could go to the press
they're not looking for
conferences.
anybody
They got
else,
their
and I'll tell
man.
you, they
got their man.
Yeah.
They're giving you all the stuff in the PCA
Well,
is truth.
The thing is well, here's what I always go back to. How did they get their man? So I always go back to that. It's like the method
tip.
by which you got your man, are you going to be able to stand up to it?
They got their tip.
And in the press conference, the tip,
Yeah,
they didn't know who it was.
No, they got their tip and they wouldn't answer if it came from out of state or not.
Yeah. You know, if it's a death penalty case, and I don't, like I said, I don't practice criminal law, but I do know constitutional law, and I do know you have a right, especially if you're dealing with the death penalty, you have a right to confront your accusers. So whether they're known or not known, you have a right to cross-examine them. And unless these accusers are going to plead, they could plead the fifth. That's one thing.
Mm-hmm.
They could plead the fifth, and that's their right. But what does that tell you? They were involved.
Mm-hmm. Right. Exactly.
So, you have witnesses that may have been offered some kind of plea deal, or you have witnesses who don't want to incriminate themselves, who all banded up and said, Koberger's a guy. Let's all stick to that. Koberger's a guy. Koberger's a guy.
Enrollment.
Yeah.
It's like what Steve said in the beginning of the interview that we were watching on this News Nation special from December 5th of last year. He was saying it right there. Like, they didn't want their town to become a ghost town. Steve G said it December 5th. They didn't want their town to become a ghost town. That's what it was about. That's why, because, December 5th, how many days later did they all of a sudden find out about Koberger? Just a few days later, right? Right after the Oregon car, that there was all this hype, and they sent out a whole team to go out there and investigate the vehicle because they were so excited. And then after they found out that the vehicle wasn't it, then all of a sudden, oh shit, Koberger popped up.
Yeah.
Think about it. It's all in the same time period with Steve G's comment before people came to him and said he needed to slow down his investigation because they were, quote, on the right track, but they were going too far ahead of him because the people that had to do the investigation, had to cross the T's and dot the I's. He was finding out the truth. He was on the path to the truth, and it's sad because time is of the essence when you're talking about these cases. And who says if Steve wasn't stopped, he wouldn't have been able to find out what the hell really took place,
Yeah. I'm trying to look at.
BK allowed cameras in the courtroom.
Cameras are allowed in the courtroom.
Nice. Nice. Let me check it out. Oh, we don't have an update from her yet. Nice. Let me check some of the other sources here. Awesome. Okay.
Cameras allowed in the courtroom for which hearing?
Nice. 1 second here. Period. Let's see here. I'm surprised I don't see I'm surprised I'm not seeing J4J because she got she got access to it. I just see JLR.
Well,
I'm
the second
surprised.
hearing, right?
Yeah, to the second one.
So Dre wants to know what's going on. Just that the hearing is still going on, right?
Yeah,
The first one.
it's right. Let's see if Thompson versus Taylor's body language. Yeah, he doesn't chill in the back. He didn't in the last court hearing. Only JLR is part of the pool. Ah, okay. I thought J for J was
Oh,
too. I thought
only
J for J
JLR is
was.
part of the pool.
Yeah, I thought J for J was.
Well, we didn't actually look at her document.
Time is of the essence. Take it to preliminary, right? Might be doing this trip at the right time.
Oh my God.
It got delayed because I was sick.
I almost wish, like, if I could have a case like Koberger's and if I press, can
I think
Can I
the
talk?
delay's messing with you, Yola. You might have to back out and use your phone because
Yeah, I think I
I'm
will.
not cutting you off.
I know. I feel like I'm cutting you. Yeah, let me back
No.
out. Yeah.
No, it's the delay.
Okay. I'll be back.
Okay. Talking about a dismissal. Langston. That's right. That's what I'm saying. Today's going to be a day, man. And not the one in Delphi. Let me check some other things here real quick. Yeah, we're going to have a show where we watch all the families' presses and there's going to be somebody reporting here. I'm surprised there's nobody reporting there. I mean, not in a hotel room. Like actually outside or something, you know? But we do get to watch it, though. I think the one that the cameras will be allowed, even though it's access to certain, just like always, though, just like in the past, we will be able to play it, though. So we are going to be doing an extended stream today. Thank you all for hanging out. And then we will be playing it when it is available. And that's why we're doing a game night tonight, because I'll be streaming for pretty much, well, I started streaming 6 hours ago. We did another show earlier. I started streaming about 6 hours ago. I'm going to be going another, I don't know. We'll see whenever this court hearing's done. But after it's done, we're going to be kicking it back here tonight. We're going to be doing games tonight. Choose your own adventure. We're going to be doing a true crime mystery, choose your own adventure story. Has multiple endings depending on what we choose as we go. Definitely going to be fun. Then we're going to play some other games too. Can't wait for the game night. All right, I'm not seeing anything so far. Let me just check one more thing here. Oh, here's Yoli. There we go.
Hi.
What's
Okay.
up?
Hi. Yeah. There's still a little bit of a delay on my computer. It's not as bad as it was, but it's still bad. But I'll fix it.
Oh, it's all good. Let's see here. I'm just looking to see if there's any updates, and then we can go back into what we were watching. Let's see. Is there anything on the manhunt?
That is so sad, the manhunt.
What's the breaking news? I'm not seeing it. They haven't caught him yet, no?
Mm-mm.
I don't think so.
Not that I know of.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it. Let's see. Nope, they're still ongoing. Yeah, still ongoing. I don't see any updates either. All right, so let's go ahead and switch back to this. 113 pieces of evidence.
That's not a lot.
That's
me.
not, is it?
No.
It's not.
Not at all.
51 terabytes. Surveillance video from Pullman and Moscow and the surrounding areas as well.
So, the trash, remember the trash that was outside?
Yeah. That's still there.
Yeah, can we just look at it again? I have a question. We don't have to do it now, but when you have a chance.
No, we could do it now. Let me see here. I believe I took a picture of it already. It's heavy military. Yeah, right here. Here, let me blow it up too. Excuse me. All right, that's as
that's
much
when
as
it's
I can blow it up. Yeah, when it's tipped over. Oh, you mean when it's right side up?
when it's right side up, yeah. It's okay if you can't find it. I just
Here, let me
some
see here. Yeah, I'll have to go through. I have so
don't
many
worry. Don't worry
pictures.
about it.
I'd have to go through them. That one was just recent that we took from the other night. Yeah, I'll have to go through them. Let me play this real quick.
A complicated stew of DNA from the room.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say there was a pizza box in it, I thought.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, there's a pizza box in it.
And then there
yeah.
was something else that I wanted to look at, but that's okay. We don't have to do it now.
Yeah. I'll look for it.
Roommates, and as a hopping college house, many guests.
It'll spin, it'll inject the blank, it'll spin back.
News Nation getting an exclusive.
Yeah, so this is the part where they went to the Idaho State Crime Lab, where where they couldn't come up with a profile and they had to send it to a cold case lab,
Exclusive look inside the Idaho State Crime Lab outside Boise.
This is the DNA casework lab.
Ready for the complexity of this case and others. The lab demonstrating for News Nation how elimination fingerprinting works for cases with a crowded home or in a car with passengers.
You can see that's a really nice print that you left on the glass.
But Idaho's Director of Forensic Services reminds the public, speedy and slick TV evidence processing is not the...
Oop, hold on. We do have an update here from Chanley.
Follow this thread. Hey everyone, I'm about to head inside the courthouse for the big Brian Koberger hearing, but I'm taking over the Court TV Twitter page to give you live updates. So follow this thread.
Here we go. Here we go. Here is she does great work. This is really this is the one right here. She is amazing. So there is whoop, where'd it go? Yes, cameras in the courtroom. Yeah. Follow this thread. Let me click on this again. Here's the thread. There you go. We will be getting live updates. Here we go. She's going to be going in. So it says the public hearing is beginning with the defense arguing its motion to dismiss indictment on the grounds of error in grand jury instructions. Defense attorney Jay Loxton begins by acknowledging his arguments for beyond a reasonable doubt standard for the grand jury is likely to be denied, but continues to make his position. Kohberger walked in the courtroom, suit and tie, looked up towards the gallery, gave a smile, an immediate straight face before awkwardly taking his seat, which he always does. As notable, the judge did put on the record that he is, for now, not banning cameras, but taking more control over what media is doing. You know what, Court TV? You shouldn't have done fucked it up and made me put my coffee cup up in the first place. I wish I could have been the one doing the coverage for it. I would have respected it completely. He urged people to have some dignity and restraint. Noting some of what he has seen has been disappointing. Like probably other people showing what Court TV was showing too.
So CJ, this is the second hearing? Are they now in the second hearing?
Yes, this is going to be the second one. It was supposed to start an hour ago.
Okay, so the first one is done, so we'll see what happens with that.
Mm-hmm. So we got live updates. Live updates. All right. So, let me see here. Let's go back to this. And I'm going to keep watching. And I'm going to pause it as soon as the next one comes out. Trust me.
News Nation getting an exclusive look inside the Idaho State Crime Lab outside Boise.
So this is the DNA casework lab.
Ready for the complexity of this case and others. The lab demonstrating for News Nation how elimination fingerprinting works for cases with a crowded home or in a car with passengers.
You can see that's a really nice print that you left on the glass.
But Idaho's Director of Forensic Services reminds the public speedy and slick TV evidence processing is not the real deal.
We call it the CSI effect. Some people think, well, we should be able to do this, but the technology doesn't exist for that yet.
Time certainly moving slowly back in Moscow with the decision to tow the victim's car weeks after the murders.
Wherever it is they're storing them, I hope that it would be at the Idaho State Crime Lab, because at crime labs, they have actual evidence processing garages. At that scene, what did they have? They had a piece of yellow tape on them that was providing security.
One solid.
All right, we got another update, everybody. This one states defense is 19 seconds. See? Defense in arguing for a beyond a reasonable doubt standard at the grand jury level.
Yeah, that's
one. If you're in a position to put up an indictment as a prosecutor, you would bring your A game, right? Here, at least 6 grand jurors wanted to hear more evidence until they were told the standard was probable cause. Oh, shit. Retweet. Oh, damn.
Wow.
I need to shorten that up a little bit so it fits in one message.
You need to move this.
Let me see here. Oh.
Okay.
Oh, come on, StreamYard.
Well,
there we go. There we go. Wow. It's true. You got to bring your A game.
Yeah, but let me just say something. And with the caveat that I don't practice criminal law, but if you're going to go to a grand jury and you're going to use beyond a reasonable doubt, then why would you even go to a jury, a regular jury, if a grand jury has already said beyond a reasonable doubt? It makes sense that the standard is probable cause, but if the grand jury wants to hear more,
You let them
that
hear
means
more. It's the grand jury.
or it means the grand jury doesn't indict. If they want to hear more and they can't give them more, then you don't indict, regardless of what the burden of proof is. Because to me, I when they brought that motion with the 1865, remember that whole long motion?
The read through we
Oh
did.
dear
Yeah.
God! Once you start going down that road, it's like
Yeah.
I mean,
It's like they copied and pasted it, Yoli.
Oh no, yeah, it was. You're in trouble.
Like copy and paste.
But the point I'm trying to make is that that it probably is probable cause, the standard. But if the grand jury wants to hear more, and they can't do it unless they hear more, then they don't indict. In this case, it looks like they were told, "Look, this is the standard. You have enough."
Right. It's that Christmas stocking full of Kit Kats and Hot Wheels.
And I wish I practiced criminal law but I don't. So take what I say with a grain of salt.
I need anybody, if you'd like to donate me a little teeny stocking that I can hang off my microphone stand, that would be amazing. That would be amazing that I could have on here, or maybe even a stocking microphone cover, right? Just the whole Christmas stocking. Trust us, grand jury. You don't need to hear more evidence.
This is the standard. You have enough.
It's simple. It's simple.
No. See?
Wow.
But you see what I'm saying about the beyond a reasonable doubt. But here's the thing. You have it can't be beyond a reasonable doubt because the defense isn't allowed to be there at the grand jury. They're not allowed to ask questions.
No.
So it wouldn't be beyond a reasonable doubt. I think it's probable cause, but if the jury wants more information and they can't get it, well, then they don't indict. So I think what she's saying is, in light of that, they were instructed that the standard is probable cause, and here's what probable cause is, so you have enough. That's what I think.
See if there's anything else. No, that's the last one. 4 minutes ago.
Jesus.
That's a big one.
It is.
That is a big one. Sorry, StreamYard's deciding to mess up now for some reason. It just bugged out there a second. I'm going to leave that up there.
Now I think I understand why she's saying the instruction, because the instruction was imposed upon them when six grand jurors wanted more information, and that jury instruction was imposed upon them. And I don't know. I wish I knew more, but that's my take on it, and I'm not a criminal defense attorney, so I don't. And I would like to see the transcript when they were told that the standard was probable cause. I'm sure she has that. We lost CJ.
Sorry about that, everybody. Got booted from my own damn shit. I don't know. Maybe there's a ton of people. Right? All right. Hold on. Let me get that back up. Sorry, Yoli. The link should be the same. Let's see if there is any more updates. Hold on. Sorry about that. All of a sudden, I'm like, where'd everybody go? All right. Same as before. Let me check some other sources here. All right. Manhunt. Have not found the manhunt suspect yet. Let's see here. We already went over the documents in the other shows. All right, I'm not seeing anything there. Let me check this. Nothing there. Let me check this. Nothing there. Let me check this one more time here. Oh, nope, that's 11 minutes. Go 32 seconds. Go. Here we are. Prosecutor's very short response to the argument. Idaho Supreme Court has ruled on this issue multiple times. Sufficient probable cause is the standard at the jury level here. There is nothing to see here. Ooh. All right, I'm going to read first. I don't know. It seems like the music got louder or something since I got back in. Give me 1 second. I'm going to read both of these to you, Yoli.
Thank you, because I can't see.
And I want to, yeah, I want to hear what you have to say because there's a response from the prosecution. Okay. So the defense says, in arguing for a beyond a reasonable doubt standard at the grand jury level, if you're in a position to put up an indictment as a prosecutor, you bring your quote A game. And also, at least 6 grand jurors wanted to hear more evidence until they were told the standard was probable cause. The state's response is Idaho Supreme Court has ruled on this issue multiple times. Sufficient probable cause is the standard at the grand jury level. Quote, there is nothing to see here. Quote, there is nothing to see here.
Wow.
Grand jury standard in Idaho is sufficiency of evidence to warrant on indictment.
Well, what is it? That's the thing. Is it probable cause or is it a beyond a reasonable doubt? That's the issue, the sufficiency of the evidence. I don't know what Idaho law is, but if it is probable cause, which I think that it might be,
Not
only
beyond
because
a reasonable doubt?
I don't
Probable
know.
cause then? No,
I don't.
I'm
I don't
saying
know.
no, Yoli. I'm saying somebody's typing in chat.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's all good. Settle down. It's all good. No, Storm Dancer says not beyond a reasonable doubt. It's probable cause. Commercial
Yeah.
Zone says.
My thinking is that it is probable cause, and the reason why is because if it was a reasonable doubt, beyond a reasonable doubt, then why would you can't have beyond a reasonable doubt because the defense isn't there
Okay.
to present their case. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So
Is
if
this-
it is, yeah. So if it is probable cause, then I'd like to see when the jurors, the 6 jurors, wanted more. Like, what did they want to see, and what were they told with regard to what probable cause was? Those are the 2 things, because
They probably wanted to see a photo of the car.
yeah, license plate.
Let's be no, for real.
They
They probably wanted to see a photo of the car because they had a stock photo.
right.
I bet you
right.
that's what it is.
So they probably think like us, and I'm not talking as a lawyer because I'm not. I'm looking at this from a layperson because I always have to look at it from a layperson. But I think what matters it's in the grand jury transcripts. It's what they were told when they asked for more. What did they want when they asked for more? And what were they told? Like, because if they're told probable cause is this and what they were told is beyond, we don't know what was said.
No.
I mean, you have these words being thrown around like probable cause, standard. Okay, so tell me, what did you tell the grand jury about what probable cause was?
Yeah,
Definition.
We won't know that. That's why I think that, like, for probable cause. So what did they need? They met listen, think about it. They met DM's statement in the probable cause. They met the cell phone data, according to them, in the probable cause. The surveillance of him going from here to here to here to here to here. I guarantee you it was, can we see the photo? That's the only thing in the probable cause where you couldn't come up with something substantial enough to satisfy them for a probable cause. Not innocent beyond guilty, but for probable cause. I guarantee it's got to be the photo of the car, because I guarantee you they had the fucking stock photo at the grand jury. I guarantee it. And the grand jury is probably like, if you have all this evidence of the surveillance of the vehicle, at least give us a shitty grainy shot. Sorry, we don't have that.
But I think too, because grand jurors, probably there's a lot of retired people on there. I don't know, but grand jurors are selected, and they're for a long time. They have to be doing this, and I think that a lot of them would want to see a license plate. I mean, I think that would be one of the things they would ask for, is a license plate, and if they can't produce that. So let's say 6 of the grand jurors said, no, we need to see a license plate. We need to see a photo of somebody in the car that looks like Koberger. We need to see that he got out of the car and walked into the house. We need to see certain things, like, we need to see.
They saw the
we don't know.
Photo. They saw the stock photo and was
and I've
like,
always said,
one has a sunroof and one doesn't, and they got different hubcaps.
I mean, at least give me the license plate.
They gave you 2 different hubcaps.
At least. And so if they were instructed, if they were told probable cause means such and such, to where they said, well, I guess I don't need to have a license plate. I guess I don't need to have, I guess I have to believe what they say.
But they didn't, that's the thing though, they didn't in the PCA, because again, it's probable cause, that's all they need. So they're going to use what's in the PCA. They don't have a statement in the PCA of him walking in or anything like that.
No.
The only statements from the PCA is the cell phones, the DM statement, and the surveillance. So I'm sorry, we're not even in the grand jury, and we got the stock photo, and we're like, where's the photo? Like, seriously.
But also
that's
witnesses.
Gotta be what it is. That's gotta be what it is. But they don't. It's a written statement from DM. There's your slash on the PCA.
It's not
for
even.
That part.
It's hearsay.
It's probable.
I don't know if it's probable, but here's the thing. Maybe the grand jury wanted to hear from witnesses like DM and BF, and they were told, this is probable cause, you don't need that, you need to see what was said in the transcripts. So I think the transcripts are very important, which we'll never see, but the transcripts are very important, and those transcripts were provided to Ann Taylor, and I'm sure she's doing her job, and I'm sure, trust me, if this hearing is closed, I'm sure she's an animal. She's not going to be. If it's televised, it's a different story. But you know what? Sorry. I'd be climbing on the walls. I'd be like, I don't know. But that's just me, and I'm not a criminal attorney, so.
I think it's as simple as where's the photo? Because
where's the license plate?
No, not even the license plate. Where's the photo of the car? You gave everybody a stock photo. Like, seriously. It's as simple as that. There's nothing to see here.
Oh my God.
There's nothing to see here.
I don't know.
That simple. It's that simple. It's that simple. I'm telling you, it's got to be. All right. There was an update here a couple minutes ago. Defense reply. The Idaho Supreme Court case cited by the prosecution took up a different issue and argues there is room for the judge to side with them. I'm picking a fight about it. Judge says, I am constrained by existing law. I can't just change it.
Yeah.
So basically saying the prosecution's playing dirty too. Let me see if there's one more update.
I can't see. Let me see.
Let me see. That was the last update. Defense reply, the Idaho Supreme Court case cited by the prosecution took up a different issue and argues there's room for the judge to side with them. That's when they presented that other case that we were talking about where they were saying that the judge sided with the prosecution when they didn't have to release obvious freaking evidence. No,
that's not precedent. That's not precedent. That's only persuasive. Precedent is on appeal. So when they're talking about the Idaho Supreme Court, they're talking about an appeal. So it's a case that was cited that was in the Idaho Supreme Court, which is an appeal. So that other case has to do with the DNA and the genealogy. So what they're saying is they're distinguishing. It says Idaho Supreme Court has ruled on this issue multiple times. So that's the Idaho Supreme Court. That whole deal with the one that we read, remember we read it? The case?
That's what I was just saying.
Yeah, that's not law. That's not Idaho Supreme Court.
Okay.
That is not precedent. That can only be used as persuasive.
Yeah,
and
that's what I'm saying. That's what they were using to try and get the judge to get on their side about not releasing certain information. That's what I was saying.
Right. So
am I right or wrong?
Well,
Because I thought
when
you just said I was wrong, but I thought I was right. No?
Wait. There's two issues. Defense reply is the Idaho Supreme Court case cited by prosecution. So the prosecution cited an Idaho Supreme Court case, which is not what we went over. What we went over is a different case in a different county. It's not in the appeals court. It's in the lower court. And it's persuasive, not precedent. So the defense reply is saying the Idaho Supreme Court, which is appellate, that means it went way up into the appeals court. Yeah. Cited by the prosecution, took up a different issue and argues there's room for the judge to side with them. And I'm picking a fight about it. So yeah. So it's a appellate case. And I don't know what appellate case they're talking about, but it's not the one that we talked about.
No, they're trying to use that to try and explain the reason to get the judge to side with them on why they shouldn't be having to offer certain evidence that should be obviously offered to the defense. No?
Because we're talking
I said it was like what we were talking about.
No. It says the judge says
they were
I'm
not trying to get the judge to side with them about not presenting evidence that the defense keeps asking them about.
No. It says, I'm constrained by existing law. I can't just change it. So when they talk about existing law, they're talking about appellate court.
I'm not talking so literal about this tweet itself. I'm saying in general.
Mm-hmm.
So when you look at the comment and it says the prosecution took up a different issue and is arguing that there's more room for the judge to side with them, and he can't change anything because he's constrained by existing law.
Mhm.
And what I'm trying to say is they were bringing up other things like we did on our read through
Mm-mm.
to try and get the judge
Separate
to
issue.
side with them about not having to. Okay.
Separate issue. So the issue that we were talking about with when we did the read through,
It was
that was
part of it,
regarding
is what I'm saying. It's not the whole
the
kit and caboodle. I wasn't
no no no.
saying that specifically was the reason, like that's the source. I'm saying in general,
This is for the
all of their
dismissal, right?
different responses was trying to get the judge to understand why they didn't have to supply certain information. That's why the defense
That's the
keeps having to
discovery.
ask. Yeah, that's why the defense keeps having to ask
Put that
for
aside.
stuff.
Put the
Okay.
discovery
What
aside.
else are they trying to get the judge on their side about is what I'm wondering then.
The grand jury instructions. The reason why they want the
I don't.
It's regarding the grand jury instructions and regarding the probable cause versus beyond a reasonable doubt. So that's what they're talking about here. So what we were talking about has to do with discovery, and it has to do with providing
Okay, but
certain evidence.
okay, what I'm asking is what else are they trying to, this is my point. What else are they trying to get the judge to side with them with if it's not for trying to get him to side with them not having to offer certain evidence that should have been offered to the defense? Because that
That's
was
not
my whole
being
point of
argued
the,
today. That's
I
not
didn't
what's
say it
being.
was,
Oh.
I don't,
Yeah. Yeah. Basically, I understand what you're saying. You're saying because there's discovery issues where they ask for all this
no,
information. You went
no,
through
what
it.
else are they, no, you said that they're wanting, so when you look at the tweet,
Mhm.
because I made it a general statement.
Right.
So when you look at the tweet and it says that there's room for the judge to side with them,
Mhm.
if you're telling me it's not to try and have, they're not trying to have the judge side with them just about not offering the evidence, what else are they trying to get the judge to side with them with? That's the main question. Because
Yeah,
that's all I was
the
talking about.
the assumption in what you're saying is that the
No, what
assumption
else?
wait.
Like, what do you feel?
The
'Cause you're
assumption in what you're saying is that they're in this motion, they're asking for things. They're not asking for discovery. They're asking for a dismissal. They're asking for dismissal of the grand jury findings. So
Right.
they're
I
referring
know.
to an Idaho Supreme Court case that is on appeal. It has nothing to do with the other case we talked about.
So I know. And so what I was asking the whole time is what else they have that they're trying to argue to the judge to side with them besides the evidence that they don't want to offer. And you're basically saying they want the judge to dismiss the case. That's what
Well,
they're trying to get the judge to side with. The prosecution is trying to get the judge not to dismiss the case.
well, the process. Okay, so there is an Idaho Supreme Court, right, that the prosecution is citing, and I don't know what that is, but it's a law. It's precedent. Unlike that other case we talked about, that was just at the
There we
lower
go.
court.
Sorry, StreamYard was cutting out.
Yeah.
I don't know. It was
So
cutting out
so
there
there's
for
a
a second.
case cited by the prosecution, and defense is arguing, and this is precedent. This is allegedly precedent. Okay, so the Idaho
Grand jury
Supreme
stand.
Court, the Idaho Supreme Court case, cited by the prosecution, is saying that it's a defense is saying it's a different issue. Okay, and they say that there's room
Yeah,
for
that's fine.
yeah. So
No,
it's
it was.
yeah, it's just It's a case
Is
that they're
StreamYard bugging
saying
again?
they're arguing about. No, it's a case that they're arguing about, an Idaho Supreme Court case about the grand jury proceedings and what the standard should be.
Yeah, it's just basically what else were they wanting the judge to side with them on? What
Without
else
looking
is
at the
there?
case, I can't tell.
Yeah, but this is what I was talking about in the very beginning of the whole topic when we started talking about it, was what else they're trying to talk the judge or get the judge on their side, the prosecution, for not having to hand over the evidence. What else were they trying to get the judge to get on their side for? And that was the question.
So you're talking
And
about
so
the
what else?
prosecutorial misconduct in not handing over the
No,
evidence.
I'm just asking the question that I'm asking. What else would they want the judge to be on their side for?
Yeah.
That's the question.
And without looking at the case that they're talking about, the Idaho Supreme Court case, I can't really tell you, but what I think it has
That's why
to
I
do.
was saying what I was saying.
Yeah.
Because that's why I was saying
understand.
what I said in the beginning. Was that's what they're trying to get the judge to get on their side with, is to not offer the evidence that the defense is asking for. That's what I said in the very beginning.
No, I think it has to do with
So what else?
I think it has to do with the jury instructions.
Isn't that the read through that we did? The read through that we did.
No.
We read a case where they didn't offer the evidence that the prosecutor or the defense was asking for because higher agencies wouldn't allow them to have the evidence. Is that not what we read?
That was not an appellate case.
I didn't say it was an appellate case, though. When did I ever say it was a certain case?
No, when
never
it says
said
they're
that. I
talking
was
about
referring to
they're referring to an Idaho Supreme Court case.
I didn't say anything about a Supreme Court case.
No,
That's what I was saying. I didn't say anything about a case. I was Go ahead. I was
When I
referring
read
to
it-
the topic, not a case.
When I read the tweet, it said that the prosecution cited an Idaho Supreme Court case.
Yeah, I wasn't
Yeah.
being literal with the tweet.
Oh,
was
I
about-
just read the tweet. I'm sorry.
No, this whole time, Yoli, it's been about the topic. And that's what I was asking
Look,
the whole time
okay.
when we were talking, is what else are they trying to get the judge to side with them with, other than what we read, which is them withholding evidence from the defense that the defense was asking for, and what they're doing now currently, which is withholding evidence that the defense is asking for. And I don't see anything else that they're trying to get the judge to side with them on, regardless of what kind of case it is.
Well, it does matter what kind of case it is. And the reason why it matters is because an appellate case like the Idaho Supreme Court case,
It doesn't.
yeah, it does.
When
Because-
it comes to the topic of getting the judge to side with you on something,
Absolutely. A judge,
when it comes to getting him to side on offering evidence to the defense, why would that make a difference?
because
It should
an
always happen.
an Idaho Supreme Court case trumps a case that was in a trial court in a
Of
different
course,
county.
because it's Supreme Court.
Yes.
That's obvious. Yeah, that's
Yes.
obvious.
So-
the Supreme Court is the highest law.
Yes. So
Right.
we have the defense's reply says the Idaho Supreme Court case cited by the prosecution took up a different issue. So they're talking about something above what we did. That whole thing we did, they're talking about something above. It's not-
It's about the topic. I'm not talking about. That's what I keep.
Yeah, it's basically, I understand what you're saying, in that the prosecutorial misconduct is not handing over shit, right?
StreamYard keeps bugging. Hold on a minute. There we go. I just hit the reset on it. No, that's what I've been. It's about the topic. It does, to me, the
Yeah.
fact that they're wanting the judge to be on their side about withholding evidence from what the defense has been asking this whole time, then why are we even been talking about what the defense has been asking this whole time and saying it's not right?
Well,
It's
I'd have
about
to
the
know.
topic.
Yeah, I'd have to know what this Idaho Supreme Court case they're talking about, really. Because if you read the Idaho Supreme Court case that they're talking about, it's going to tell you what it's about. I don't know what it is.
No, you were in the beginning. I was saying it's about them withholding evidence, trying to get the prosecution is trying to get the judge on their side from not having to offer evidence to the defense.
Okay, and that would it wouldn't fall under the grand jury instructions, it would fall under
I didn't say it
prosecutorial.
was.
Right.
It's about the topic itself.
It would fall under
The topic of withholding evidence and wanting the judge to be cool with it. That's the topic.
Yeah,
that can happen in all these different courthouses, no? So why does it have to be case specific?
Oh, it
is what I'm
does.
saying.
Because appellate cases are the law. So when you're arguing something, it either has to be an appellate case or a Supreme Court case of that state or the U.S. Supreme Court. So when you're arguing a motion, like here, the defense is saying the Idaho Supreme Court case cited by the prosecution. I don't know what that case is, but whatever that case...
Doesn't matter to me.
Oh, see, well, it doesn't matter to you, but it would matter to me.
The defense is still asking for stuff that they're not getting. That's what matters to me.
Exactly.
I don't care what courthouse it takes place in, whether it's appellate, Supreme, or whatever.
But you got procedures, right?
I don't care.
You got procedures.
It's
so
the topic in general. Like
right. So you're talking about the prosecution not giving you stuff. There's procedures.
It's not cool. So in some courthouse, it's not cool if somebody that's is accused of committing this crime doesn't get their profile of how they were acquired as a suspect.
That's discovery.
The defense does not get that.
No, I'm not saying the defense does not get that, but what I'm saying is that aspect of what you're talking about is discovery.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. So discovery,
Right.
there's a certain
Wait.
Discovery, there's a certain procedure that you go through. And you saw that they're doing all these motions for supplemental responses, right?
Right.
Okay.
That's why we've been talking about it.
But these are motions for something different. The motions that are at issue today are not discovery motions.
Then okay. So when I was talking about the prosecution wanting the judge to be on board with them not having to offer evidence to the defense, whatever courtroom it is, doesn't matter. No, that's not what they're trying to do. So that's why I simply asked you, well, what else are they trying to get the judge on their side for? It wasn't about, that's what I keep saying.
What the defense
You're
is
taking the tweet way too literal with what I've been asking the whole time.
So the defense...
It's about the topic.
You're asking... So, yeah, the topic, to me, like the topic...
I'm not even literal. Like, I should just take it away from this tweet and just ask you the question right here without even having the tweet.
Take away the tweet.
I haven't even been talking about the tweet. I've just left it up there because I've been waiting for an update. But it had nothing literal to do with the tweet.
Okay, so
simply asking, what else has the prosecution wanted the judge to be on their side for other than not to give them evidence that the defense is asking for?
Okay, so what you're asking is a discovery question.
No, period. It's not a I'm saying what else, Yoli? What else? It could be what else other than discovery. It could be what else other than
discovery
a
is
toy
how you
from a carnival. It could be what else than whatever.
Okay.
It's a general. That's why
it's a general question. So general question.
Saying
what
you're
else
taking
would they
it way
want?
too literal. Right.
No, because there's two separate things. That's all. So what's before the court today are motions to dismiss, right? The other motions were for information. You have all these motion to supplement, all these motions to try to get information. So you're combining both, it seems like, in my mind, not in your mind. Not in your mind, but in my mind, because I think like a lawyer. You're not a lawyer. I wouldn't expect you to think like a lawyer.
I'm asking you as a question coming from a person that's not a lawyer. That's why I was talking about a non-lawyer or some kind of, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I was just asking a simple question like this. What else has the prosecution asked the judge to side with them? That was it. Not literal. It's a general question.
Okay, so what else has the prosecution asked the judge to side with them? Well, what they want is the grand jury instruction to be, probable cause, as opposed to beyond a reasonable doubt.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all I was asking.
Mm-hmm.
I said we brought up a case that talked about another case where they didn't want to offer evidence. Other than that, what else was the prosecution wanting the judge to side with them on? That's it. What else?
I got it.
Nothing to do with appellate or more discovery or not discovery or anything.
Mm-hmm. I get it.
Right. Exculpatory. Exactly, Jethro.
So when you have when you have the case that we did, the thing that confused me is when you brought up the case that we talked about. Oh, well, he was going to deny it.
Yeah, they already denied it. They denied it a bit ago.
Anyway, my bad.
I didn't know where that went, man. I'm like, damn, like I'm just out trying to ask you a question.
It's because you brought up the other case that we read, which is not really law.
No, I wasn't even asking for more discovery, Yoli.
Sorry.
I was asking for other than, really, because I'm talking about the discovery and I was asking what else? Like what
Well, it's
else?
obvious. I mean, they want the prosecution.
What else?
See, when you say what else, I think evidence. I don't think
No, what else?
Yeah, it's basically that they want the judge to say it's probable cause. That's it. And it probably is probable cause. And the judge denied the motion, so it is probable cause.
Yeah. Well, that hearing was quick. Let me see if it's being aired here real quick.
Sorry, my lawyer hat is on.
I gotcha. I'm just like, I'm just asking you a general question as a motherfucker that never practiced law, yo.
Well, when you say what more do they want, I'm thinking evidence.
What more? When you're telling me that I just simply bring up a general statement, you're like, no, you're wrong. Okay, what do you mean? I'm asking what else is the judge asking for? How can I be wrong?
No, I'm not telling you.
What do you mean?
I'm telling you that no.
You told me I was wrong in the beginning. I was like, oh, well, how was I wrong about asking what else?
I thought you were confusing the process by which you get discovery versus the process that's going on now, the motions. They're two separate.
Listen, I know you got your lawyer hat on. You already reached out to me in email. You said you're feisty. I got you, lady. I got you, lady. That's why I'm not taking it personal.
I was like, do you want me on panel? Because I'm argumentative.
I know.
And I'm going to nitpick everything right now.
Listen, like I'm saying, that's why I'm not taking it personal. I love you, okay? I appreciate you. I'm not taking it personal. But yo, woo! Damn, can I have a live feed in that courtroom that you're going to be going to trial in, please? Because I got to record it. Can I please record it? Can I be like a live feed? Are there cameras allowed in that courtroom, Yoli? Because I got to record this shit. This is fucking YouTube gold. I'm serious. It's going to be.
Well, you know what? I get nervous.
I'll wear a fake mustache and I'll wear a wig. What?
I have done some trials that are very noteworthy. Nobody knows, but I've done some really high profile stuff and I'm not, I'm not very, but when I'm on,
Yeah.
I have
that's
it
what I'm
in my
saying.
head. Okay, so when you're asking me questions, I'm thinking like a lawyer right now. And I'm thinking, you're asking me, what else would they want? Well, I'm thinking discovery because that's what you asked for in discovery.
No,
What do you want?
Yoli, I'm talking. No, I'm talking about. Are there cameras allowed in your courtroom where I can
I'm not telling
record
you.
your
I'm not telling you. No.
ass on fire? Like
You have no idea.
StreamYard. I'm sorry. No, like if you're
I need
this
a drink
feisty,
too,
look,
Kelly.
I was just
Look.
I was just asking you a general question. You're like, I was like, yeah, okay.
Well,
Listen, I gotta. Is there a way for me to? Can we like have a live feed of that trial going on? The court hearing of you? Like, is it available? Is it available?
I don't know.
That
But
would be
I would
gold,
tell you
man.
that a lot of it's going to be boring. It's a dental malpractice case. But
just tell me when you're going to be up. That's it.
I do need a drink now. Shit. But I warned him.
She did.
I warned him on Discord or whatever. I said, I'm in trial mode right now. I'm going to dissect everything because it's training. It's what I'm doing. I'm working out. I'm getting stamina. And then for this whole thing not to go, I mean, I'm going to be really pissed if it doesn't go.
When do you find out? The second?
Well, sometimes the court clerk will email us. She hasn't emailed, so I'm assuming it's going. So Kelly's going to the liquor cabinet. No, I don't know, but trust me, I will dissect everything.
I bet you will.
And
Damn,
I can't.
You're dissecting my question.
Yeah, we can move on from the question.
You're dissecting my question like a motherfucker. That's what I'm saying. I gotta.
Yeah, we can move on from the question.
Right?
I
gotta see this shit in action. I gotta see this shit. We already moved on from it.
Okay. No, somebody was saying move on from the question, and I'm
because they're probably late. They're probably late in chat.
But I did warn him.
I don't see nothing being updated so far. No,
so
that's
they
why I
denied
told
it.
everybody.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I figured.
Let's see. There's a sidebar, but you got to pay for that.
Seriously, I need a drink now.
Well, it's coming
I
up
think I'm
soon.
gonna go make a martini
next week.
Yeah.
Kelly.
I'll let you know if it's live streamed or whatever.
Yeah, that'd be sweet. Yeah, I'm looking to see if it's uploaded yet. I'm not seeing it yet. There is a sidebar which you got to pay for, and then that means if you got to pay for it, that means you can't stream it unless it's already done. So therefore,
so the hearings are done now.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So the
judge denied motion.
So the first hearing, then we assume he denied that one too.
He's basically saying you got to go to the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
In order to get it,
See, I had sent you something on ex parties in Idaho criminal court, and because I did a little bit of research, and I really don't understand it, but I think a writ has to be filed, which is a WRIT to the appellate court, a writ of habeas corpus, saying that you're holding my client without sufficient evidence. And that, it kind of makes me wonder why they haven't done that. But again, I don't understand the whole process there and criminal law and all that.
Well, okay, so wouldn't they have to do this first before they go to the Supreme Court? Because if they went to the Supreme Court about it, the Supreme Court would have said you need to go to your county court first. So they had to do this anyway, even if they went in knowing that the judge was going to deny
Yes,
it. They
that's
still had to
possible.
do it in order to take it to the Supreme Court, right?
And that's possible with regard to the procedure. And I don't know what the procedure is, but it is possible that you have to go through this and then do the writ. But I don't know enough about the criminal procedure in Idaho to say. But I was not going to comment on that ex parte because I don't know.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if now they can do an ex parte and then, oh, lemon drops. Oh, that looks good. I wasn't sure if they had to do an like now they can do an ex parte and then now do, go for a writ. I'm not sure. I would have to like really, really study it, and I don't have time to do that. But that's why I'm just staying out of it. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. I'm still looking. I don't see nothing updated. Usually it's put out
Everybody's
on
getting
Twitter
drinks.
first. Yeah. Usually it's put out on Twitter. With some updates. Hold on, let me check something else. I know, I'm ready for some gaming tonight too. We're gonna do some choose your own adventure. Let me see if there's Court TV. They're doing some other case right now. Hold on, there's a
So
commercial.
obviously he's not free.
No, they basically said you got to take it to a higher court.
So now we'll see if they do this writ of habeas.
Yeah, it says judge denies motion. I appreciate the argument, appreciate the journey back through history. What it comes down, what a smart ass comment, right?
No. It's a smart ass comment, but let me tell you, when you're going way back then,
A lot of paperwork.
You're basically grasping at straws.
Yeah, but she
You
has
have to go way
though.
back when.
But she has
Yeah,
to in order to go to
absolutely.
the Supreme Court. Yeah, which is basically what he's saying. He's constrained by what he believes is settled law. You'd have to bring it to a higher court. Idaho Supreme Court. Oh, wow. So it might even have to go through there just to go to the Supreme Court for the United States. No?
Oh yeah. The
Wow.
U.S. Supreme Court. So yeah,
then
there's
that
different
delays
levels.
the trial even more. That just
Yeah.
delays the trial because then that. I mean,
Yeah.
you're talking. They have to settle that first, then before they can come back.
Oh yeah.
To discuss this
So-
in this county. Wow.
So yeah, that's why I was
Wow.
saying
It could be even longer.
So that's why I was saying there's different levels. Like the transcript we're reading is the trial court level. That's just persuasive. It has no binding. Then there's the Idaho Supreme Court. Then there's the U.S. Supreme Court. And actually, there was a serial unaliver, Rodney Alcala, in my area. He was called the dating game unaliver. Yeah, he was in my area. Okay,
Really?
I went to his
Okay.
trial. Yeah, I took my godson to his trial because he was so fascinated with Dexter. And I said, you really want to see what a
Whoa.
serial killer is? A serial unaliver? I took him to the trial here in Orange County. And he
Whoa.
represented himself. Okay. And he went through all of these channels, like over and over and over again, just manipulating the system over and over again. It was like he was now back to a trial court for an unaliving that occurred in like 1976. I mean, 1980s. And so he was doing it himself. The guy was really smart. And I went to his trial and oh my God. He was very, very intelligent. And he manipulated the system. That might be a good.
What was the name again? I remember
Rodney Alcala, Alcala.
I remember watching something about that on some kind of.
And he was a dating game. They called him the dating game killer because he got caught because he was on the dating game and he had an earring that matched one of the victims.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. All right, let me see. Go to this court TV thing. I think they're says we'll be right back. I think they're about to play it here. Because this is usually where
Okay.
it comes first. I'm going to check some other places here.
Okay, so I'm going to take a potty break and maybe I'll get a drink.
I know. I need to spike my coffee too.
Okay, I'll be right back.
You guys will never know. Okay, this is about another case still. The Dennis Mastermind. They're supposed to release it. I'm surprised it's not released yet. Well, let me see here. What time did the trial get over officially? Hearing over 30 minutes ago. So it's usually about an hour after the court hearing's done. All right, give me 1 second here. See if there's anything else breaking, because I know that manhunt. And then there was something else going on too, right? In New Jersey? But I wonder if it's even going to be... It's got to be uploaded. Let's see. Oh, here's a new press conference. Let me go to this real quick while we wait for the hearing to be televised here. This is about the manhunt. And I'll be right back too.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dana Perino along with Judge Janine Pirro, Piers Morgan, Jesse Waters, and Brian Kilmeade. It's 5 o'clock in New York City, and this is The Five. Fox News alert, the massive manhunt underway in Maine. Authorities still desperately searching for Robert Card. He's the suspect believed to have shot and killed 18 people in Maine and injuring 13 others. Dozens of FBI agents aiding local and state officials in their ongoing search, and residents continue to shelter in place in multiple counties. Nate Foy live on the scene in Lewiston, Maine. Nate, what is the latest on the search for Card?
Well, Dana, 22 hours into this manhunt, authorities are still spread out across multiple counties trying to find the man who they say is responsible for the worst mass shooting in Maine's history. Right now, there is a scattered presence, but one specific place that we're watching is where Card lives in Bowdoin, Maine. Take a live look at this. This is 25 miles east of where we are in Lewiston, and 25 miles farther east on the coast, Dana. The U.S. Coast Guard confirms that it's following up on a possible sighting in Booth Bay Harbor. They're using aviation units there, and the town over from this camera near Card's home is called Lisbon. Take a look at this. That's where Card's vehicle was found near a boat landing. Where he is right now is anyone's guess. There's no defined search perimeter. There's a shelter.
He took off in a boat. Oh, wow. Yeah, he had this thing planned out for a while. Dang. Did he take a frickin' boat to Canada? Oh, hell no.
In place order that stretches across multiple counties. Card is accused, you mentioned, of murdering 18 people at 2 different locations and injuring 13 people. Those 2 locations were a bowling alley and a bar. 3 of the 13 injured are still in critical condition. Now, Card is a trained firearm instructor. He's a member of the Army Reserve, and he has documented mental health issues. All that has people in this area very scared of what he might do next.
I slept on and off for about 2-3 hours. Moving forward, how do we move forward? Feeling as a community, we're numb, we're hurt, we're You know, like how can you feel safe again? How can we send our kids to school?
Yeah, Dana, right now Lewiston is a ghost town. Pretty much.
Honestly, if he left by boat, I don't see him really making it anywhere other than out in the ocean. There's plenty of rivers that go to the ocean, but not much that go inward.
He
from
may have
here.
gone to Canada, like you said.
Well, they said, I mean, unless he changed cars there and wanted them to think that he took a boat. Because really, this is the other, you get to here, right? You keep coming up here. Are you fucking serious? Hold on. I thought it ended right around here. There it ends. Right there. So it basically ends, yeah, it doesn't even get not even halfway to Canada. Where if he did leave on boat, that's as far as he could make it. So maybe he ditched his car there. I mean, not even that far. Maybe he ditched his car there to make them think that he took his boat.
Probably. Well, but you know, again, we're talking about somebody who's hearing voices, who's not right. So I can't really predict what he will do. Like, I don't know that I can.
Who says he just didn't go somewhere, you know?
I just hope it's not the worst, you know, that he just, you know.
There's another one in New Jersey today, huh? Yeah, he's in open
What?
water. Yeah, there was something else that happened in New Jersey too.
Oh my God.
At a military base, Canada by boat. I don't know. We'll see.
What?
I don't know if you can make it to. I just looked. It didn't look
Wouldn't
like
that
you
be
got
over
very
Nova
far.
Scotia or something? That would be over there.
Well, you're right over here, Montreal, Quebec, which is predominant. I mean, look, you can tell. The street signs are in French, yo. Like you got to know.
Oh yeah.
You know, you got to know French a little bit to try and navigate. Other than, you know, yeah, it's predominantly French in that region of Canada. The street signs, even. So, I don't know if you could make it to Canada by boat, because to me, if you're leaving from Lewiston,
Let's see the
right here. I
Okay.
mean, I just took the path. This is, you don't get very far. Watch. It looks like it's far as we're going here, but you don't get very far. Watch when I zoom out.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like this guy had some serious post-traumatic stress disorder, or on top of some other mental illness.
You carrying your boat over that? You might carry your boat over that. You're talking very shallow water too. Let me see. You go through the city. Too bad they didn't have a boat option for Google. Well, I guess you could. You still got a ways to go, I think. Yeah, you still got a ways to go.
But what about if he goes to the ocean side, like the ocean to the right?
Well, he could, but then he's just going out to sleep with the fishies. Okay, now you can go up this here. Oh! You stop. Well, maybe. We'll see. Let's zoom in. No, you got a little something here. I don't know if it's water or not. You got a little something here. It might not be. It might. A little something on the side too. We'll just say sure. Little river, Little Magnolia River. Hold on. Probably. We'll just say sure. Are we gonna make it? Ooh, I don't know. Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. Okay. Where'd it go? Trestle. Oh, here's a river. No?
Greenland.
Little Megan. I don't see it. Okay, it's right here. It's hidden by trees. All right, it's hidden by trees.
Yeah, the ocean. That's what I want to know. It's like.
We're still a ways away.
Yeah.
We're almost there. I suppose, maybe. Other than that, the ocean, that's not a very long trip at all. I mean, you can get that in one picture. Right there.
Yeah,
That's
to Nova Scotia, right across the way.
What do you mean?
Wait.
Where's Nova?
Look, okay, go.
You think
pan
he's doing a fisherman boat through that?
Wait, pan out. Okay, there's Nova Scotia right there.
So you think he's going... So what? You think maybe he just
could
went
have
along
gone
the coast?
He could have
went
gone
along the coast?
Yeah, along the coast, and he could have gone and taken a boat to Nova Scotia from St. John.
Oh, shit.
And Nova Scotia is right across the way.
New Brunswick.
New Brunswick, yeah.
I didn't know. Shit, I didn't notice that shit was right there.
Oh,
I
yeah,
was thinking,
it's Canada.
I thought I've never been to Canada. I thought all that shit was higher.
No.
I thought it was like way up here.
Nova Scotia is right there.
Wow.
And Prince Edward Island, that's Canada.
Damn.
Yeah, but for my godsons, I wouldn't know anything about Maine, but I know a lot about Maine. Yeah, he could have gone to Nova Scotia.
Well, no shit. Look at that. It's even got a...
He probably took a ferry.
Freaking pier and all that.
But I think they would ask for a passport if he took a ferry.
His boat would run out of gas? You think it would?
I don't know.
Think it would run out of gas? Where do what direction do the waves move in that part of the ocean right there? The Bay of Fundy.
I have no idea.
I bet you it's got to move outward. It has to, right?
Wouldn't it depend on the wind? I mean, I think the wind has something to do with it, but I don't know.
I think it moves outward because doesn't all the water flow from north to south? So
north
all of these
to
rivers,
south.
Yeah, from the polar
it dumps
caps.
It dumps it north to south.
Yeah, the polar caps, because then the moisture returns in the wintertime, the moisture returns back up. But then during the summertime, the caps melt, which then has the rivers. Just think of the Mississippi River. It runs from north to south.
Well,
so this water in the bay's got to run out from the water in the rivers, supplying the water in the bay.
Yeah, I wouldn't know.
That would be upstream then, which means would you have enough gas?
I don't know. But I do know that Nova Scotia's right there.
Yeah, I bet you the tides do run.
Well, probably because it dumps, right? The rivers would...
From the polar caps and, just like all the rivers, they run from north to south. From the caps, because that's where they come from, is all the cracks from the glaciers that made the Great Lakes. When we had that deep ice age, the Earth did, all of the ice had carved all of the holes for the Great Lakes. And then when we went back into the normal cycle of Earth, that's why we got the Great Lakes is because some of the ice from the polar caps that traveled down this far remained in the parts that were carved out.
Although he could be in a bunker. I know I was listening off and on this morning, and Silky says something about like he may have hid in a bunker somewhere.
A bunker?
Yeah. And then he's going to come out again and do it again.
Yeah, that's not very far. Shit. But that would be heavily patrolled, though. No? It has to be.
I don't know. I've never
It
seen
has to be.
I've never seen anything in Maine heavily patrolled.
Really?
Never. Ever.
Really?
Ever.
So, like, literally right here at Lubick and Eastport could literally, or even Church
Okay,
Point?
so the
There wouldn't-
9/11 terror, the ones that took the plane, one of the planes, they brought it down. They went through Portland, Maine's airport, and the reason why they did that is because it was one of the least, like there's not a lot of security. There's not. I mean, it's the least patrolled. I mean, maybe now it's different. I don't know, but I just think that might be a way for him to get away.
Let me see here. Jail. I'm not seeing any live streams of the actual, but we are. Let me see here. The hour mark is what they usually like to wait for. It's got to be, yeah, the water's got to be heading that way then. Let me see here.
The
University.
tides. Scarlett is talking about the tides. She says we have the world highest tides twice a day. It comes in and then goes out.
Really? So does it go out at the... Oh, so it comes in and goes out twice. What would it be? What would the tide be at... what time was it? What would the time be at 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock at night? Right during this time of the year, because I'm sure it changes with the season too. At like this time of the year between 8 and 9 p.m., would the tide be going out? So that must have to do with the wobble of the earth when it comes to going in and going out.
Oh, she's going to check. But maybe the wind, it has to do with the wind too, doesn't it? I mean, I don't know.
Well,
I have no fucking clue.
I was watching...
I almost failed earth science. I don't know.
I was watching this science documentary yesterday that was talking about the ocean. And because somebody had asked a question about the tide of the moon. And they said that the tide from the moon always stays the same. It's not the tide from the moon or the gravitational effect from the moon. It's the fact of the sunlight from the sun bouncing off the moon, which then creates the more activity. So it's actually the energy from the sun. That's why when people say it must be a full moon tonight, there really is a different balance because the energy from the sun is hitting the moon, which then reflects that energy back onto the earth. And then that's why a lot of these different things happen with, so they were basically saying that it's not even that affects the tides. It's the fact of the energy from the sun that hits the moon that then hits the earth actually makes the earth wobble. And it makes the earth wobble. And they said it's not the water that's moving up and down. So if you go to an ocean, they said it's not the water moving up and down. It's the earth fucking moving while the water is staying in the same spot.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you still get the crashes and all because it's saying the water doesn't move. It's the gravitational effect on the earth itself that makes it wobble, which then creates the high tides and the low tides.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm not a heavily patrolled. Portland has at least.
Yeah.
So everything's all right over there, Portland. That's what I would think, Swamp Chick. I would think like this would be especially like Church Point, and I would think like this island right here is some kind of security, right? Grand Manon. I would think it would be some kind of security. So it's not that heavily guarded, huh? I would think after 9/11 it would be even on our side, no? Because wouldn't our side have it heavily guarded because we wouldn't want people? I don't know.
Well, I don't know, but I just know that I was. I don't know, but if you've ever been to Maine, it's a strange place. The people there, that they're very nice and welcoming, but it's just a strange place, and nobody's looking for anybody doing anything bad. And I feel like that's a culture there. Like nobody's looking like everybody's just
right.
kind of nobody's looking for any
They're
suspicious
chill.
activity or anything like that. Like they're just, I mean, it's just I can't explain it. But yes, I was in Maine a week before it was it a week? Maybe 2 weeks before the 9/11 unalivers went through there. And maybe it was a couple weeks, I don't remember, but it seems so simple. It seems so logical. Like, yes, nobody's going to look at you here. Nobody's going to think you're out of place. They just say hello to you, and nobody's, it's not like LA where everybody's looking, or New York where everybody's looking, or, everybody's paranoid. It's just a nice place, and they're nice people. But yeah, I don't think it's very heavily patrolled, and I don't think it changed even after 9/11.
That's sad. I'm looking to see if there's any updates from the Koberger case. There is a press conference that came out. Let me see. Hearing over. All right, I'm not seeing anything being loaded either. So let me see here. Let me hit refresh. Some dentist trial. So I'm going to play this press conference until let me see. It was an hour ago that the hearing was, 51 minutes ago. So it's usually about an hour, and then they put it out. We're going to check this press conference out here about the manhunt and see what they have to say.
Good evening. I'm Carl Schlien, Mayor of Lewiston. In the wake of the tragic and horrifying incident that occurred in Lewiston, our hearts are heavy with grief, and we extend our deepest sympathies to the victims and their families. This is a time for action, solidarity, and support. Please take note, the shelter-in-place order issued by the Lewiston Police Department remains in effect. Please stay at home and be safe. The city of Lewiston is grateful for the support and outpouring from state authorities, the community, and of course, our elected officials. Speaking tonight will be U.S. Senator Susan Collins, U.S. Representative Jared Golden, and Steve Littleson, President and CEO of Central Maine Medical Center. And now Senator Collins.
Thank you, Mayor. Today is a dark day for the state of Maine. As the mayor said, our hearts are heavy with grief. This heinous attack, which has robbed the lives of at least 18 mayors and injured so many more, is the worst mass shooting that the state of Maine has ever experienced and could ever imagine. Today, I looked out my window in Washington and I saw that the flags had been lowered. And I realized that it had been done to honor the victims of this horrific attack. I'm grateful for the leadership of Lewiston Police Chief St. Pierre and for the bravery of the hundreds of state, local, and federal law enforcement officers who are leading the search for the killer. I'm also very grateful for all of the hospital employees who came back to work to take care of the victims, and for our first responders whose bravery was so evident. Last night, the president called me. He stepped out at the state dinner with the Australian Prime Minister to offer any help that the federal government could provide the city of Lewiston, Androscoggin County, and the state of Maine. I also, at midnight, talked to Governor Mills, who has been a pillar of strength for our state. Tom Perez, who is a special advisor to the president throughout the night, texted me back and forth, what you need. And I would tell him based on conversations that I had as he coordinated the federal response. This morning, Secretary of Homeland Security, Mayorkas, has called and offered help from his department. The Attorney General also called, along with Maine's own U.S. Attorney, to offer their help. Right before I came into this building, I had a call from the Deputy Director of the FBI, who told me that there are 80 FBI agents on site participating in the search for the killer. 80. That doesn't include other people from the Marshal's Office, from the ATF, the DEA, and the Department of Homeland Security, and the Coast Guard. This has been a concerted effort at the state, local, and federal level, and everyone is determined to bring the killer to justice. To the families of those who have been injured or killed, I know that no words can fully ease the shock, the pain, and the justifiable anger that you are feeling. My hope is that you will feel the solace and strength in knowing that you are in the hearts of the people of Maine and of people throughout our nation. Thank you. I'd now like to introduce the Congressman Jared Golden, who represents this area of Maine.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you to Mayor Shalene as well. My name is Congressman Jared Golden from the town of Lewiston, representing Maine's 2nd Congressional District. Some of you might not recognize me because Congress has been so crazy lately. I haven't gotten a haircut in months. So sometimes things happen that bring your worst nightmares to life. Yesterday, this is what happened in Lewiston. At a time like this, a leader is forced to grapple with things that are far greater than his or herself. Humility is called for as accountability is sought by the victims of a tragedy such as this one. Out of fear of this dangerous world that we live in my determination to protect my own daughter and life in our home and in our community, because of a false confidence that our community was above this, and that we could be in full control, among many other misjudgments, I have opposed efforts to ban deadly weapons of war like the assault rifle used to carry out this crime. The time has now come for me to take responsibility for this failure, which is why I now call on the United States Congress to ban assault rifles like the one used by the 6th perpetrator of this mass killing in my hometown of Lewiston, Maine. For the good of my community, I will work with any colleague to get this done in the time that I have left in Congress. To the people of Lewiston, my constituents throughout the second district, to the families who lost loved ones, and to those who have been harmed. I ask for forgiveness and support.
Who said they didn't have a
to
haircut?
end these terrible shootings.
Well, I thought that's what he said. He said, I haven't had a haircut in months. In the beginning. And I thought, what?
This guy or the guy with the long hair?
No, this guy.
That guy?
Like he got a haircut for this. That's what I understood. Okay, so Swamp Side Chick also heard it.
Huh.
He's like, I haven't had a haircut in months.
Wow.
I don't know.
Healthcare, which includes Central Maine Medical
What?
Center here in Lewiston.
Oh, no, that's somebody different.
On behalf of the 3,000 professionals and team members of Central Maine Healthcare, I too would like to extend our deepest condolences to the families of the victims of the events of last night. I would also like to acknowledge the compassion and the expertise and the teamwork displayed by the healthcare professionals in this community last night when called upon under the most extreme circumstances. Just to give you the numbers as we have them now, I know there's been some confusion, and I would like to take the opportunity to just let you know what we dealt with and what we have currently in our hospital. All but one of the patients
Scarlet.
from the scene
Swamp Side.
were brought to Central Maine Medical Center. One was transported directly to St. Mary's Medical Center here in Lewiston. Of those patients, 2 were treated and discharged. 1 of those patients was transferred from Central Maine Medical Center to Maine Medical Center in Portland. 3 patients, unfortunately, passed away in Central Maine Medical Center last night. Of those, 8 remain now, and we have 5 patients who are in stable condition, 3 who are in critical condition in our critical care unit. Just to give you a sense of the scope of what we dealt with within a relatively short period of time, last night within about 45 minutes to an hour, we had 6 fully staffed and running operating rooms at Central Maine Medical Center caring for the wounded and the victims. The professionals that were operating simultaneously in those 6 operating rooms included orthopedic surgeons, general trauma surgeons, urologists, vascular surgeons, as well as anesthesiologists and support personnel. I would like to also express our appreciation
that was.
for all of the support that we received.
Yeah, like what was that? They're zooming in.
Today.
Oh no, and then they were talking about how they were doing what they were supposed to be doing. I mean, yeah, no shit. I hope they are. I hope they're talking amongst each other.
But I mean, if they zoom in and they catch somebody who's not involved in this whole deal, like somebody who's there for colonoscopy or something else, and I mean, they're like peeking in the windows. It's like, dude.
Uh-huh.
Like, really?
Mm-hmm.
No.
It was just really weird.
It was weird.
The reporting, I don't know. Maybe just because they were a really small town or something and they were just nervous. I don't know. No, for real.
Probably nervous.
Yeah, because like the reporting was so dangerous. Even with releasing it, they didn't have it confirmed and they're putting the dude's name and picture out there. Like, why are you doing
that makes sense. Nervous. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that makes sense.
Like Moscow, they're used to noise complaints. You know, underage task force. Other than that, they're not used to something like this, so they're just caught off their heels. I mean, like, I can't imagine. That's probably how the dude got away. Like, how many people probably did they have for a responding team on a Wednesday night? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like,
right.
Probably not much.
And the pictures didn't match. Like, when they showed one picture, they showed the guy with the gun or, the machine or whatever. And then they showed a picture of somebody else, and it didn't look like the same person. Maybe it is, but it sure didn't look like it. But I don't know. I guess it is the same person.
Yeah, because one had a longer beard and the other one was just like a little scruff. It definitely looked like it could be the same person, but it wasn't for sure either. And when you got people that'll go out there now and try and take justice in their own hands, weapon-wise, you have to be really freaking careful with that stuff. What's up, Senny? Thank you for hopping in. Because who says, who's gonna say somebody's like, hey, there he is? Like the manhunt in PA. How many people were out there with freaking weapons that weren't even LE that were searching for this dude? You know?
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
That's what I was worried about. I'm like, damn, you don't even know this dude's confirmed yet, and you're putting this, and you left it up there too while they were talking about being responsible. And I was just like, oh my gosh, like I put my coffee cup up because I'm like, I don't know if this dude's confirmed or not. I'm sitting here watching. People are saying he was, but you know, I needed to get the release or whatever because, geez, I can't imagine.
Mm-mm.
And it doesn't sound like they're saying much here. I don't think they know a whole bunch of anything.
He's probably in Nova Scotia.
This guy?
The guy, yeah, the shooter.
Like it's a Oh, I thought he was from here. Oh, you think?
No, I said he's probably gone to Nova Scotia.
Nova Scotia.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting. We'll
And
see how long.
I don't know what I don't know. I just think it's very lax over there.
That's what everybody's saying too.
Yeah, it is.
What's up, Unravel? That's what everybody's saying too. It's what I think Kelly said, Pleasantville. Like what is that?
Yeah.
A TV show or something where it's
Yeah.
just Leave It to Beaver kind of thing.
Right.
Is that?
Hi, Unravel.
Uh-oh, she might be having mic issues again. We can't hear you if you're talking.
I'm wondering if she got that video of the grub truck of what was it that she was going to get? She was going to get some video. I don't remember now.
It says she's on mute now. Well, I keep checking. I'm not seeing BK's court hearing being available, which is very odd because usually it's within 45 minutes or an hour. Now it's been an hour and 15, which is not typical. And I'm not even seeing it on Twitter, which is very odd because usually that would be dominating Twitter. So I wonder if it's even going to be released. And then I'll just get some supper and get ready for the game night, I suppose. Yeah, you're still on mute, Unravel. I don't know.
Do you remember what it was that she was going to get video of? It was something. What? Detective Golden said grand jury was dismissed?
What?
Is this regarding the first motion?
I'm not seeing anything like that.
Oh my God.
I didn't see anything like that.
Wait a minute.
No, denied. No, they wanted the indictments to be thrown out, and it says
The second
denied.
one was denied. The one that was open to the public, but the one that was closed to the public, I'm not sure what happened there.
Yeah, that was discussed in the grand jury.
That was discussing prosecutorial misconduct.
Yeah, and if the grand jury was
biased.
Right. That's
So
what
I
we
don't-
were that's
so I
what
don't
we
know-
were talking about.
Well, we were talking about the second motion, which was the instructions on probable cause versus beyond a reasonable doubt. The one, the first one that was closed was on prosecutorial misconduct.
Yeah.
And
The grand jury indictment.
right, that the grand jury was biased.
Right.
So I'm not sure what happened with the first hearing because we didn't
Brian
hear
Enton?
just one. Yeah, check Brian Enton. Unravel, we can't hear you.
Yeah, we can't hear you. Let me see here. I just see tweets about grand jury indictment stands.
Hmm.
Right. Yeah, that's what we were talking. Yeah.
Wait.
Let me keep going. Defense is arguing same grand instruction given to grand juries. Basically everything that Chanley was saying.
Oh, he denied the defense. He denied.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything different than what Koberger judge said. Morning hearings was sealed because they were dealing with the procedures of the grand jury, and there were a lot of details. It's sealed. Yeah, I don't see anything different than on Brian Etten either.
Oh. She misspoke.
Oh, okay. Yeah, denied the yeah. To get it thrown out.
Wow.
Dismissed, whatever.
So he's going to go to trial.
Well, unless she goes to the Idaho Supreme Court, then, right?
Yeah. Yeah, right.
So if she does, which I imagine she will, right? If she took it to them, I would imagine she would take it to the Idaho, right? Because she wants it dismissed. So why wouldn't she take it to the Idaho and ultimately the Supreme? You know, if she really wants it dismissed, I see this thing being dragged out for 3 more years.
Forever.
3 more years, I bet, is when the trial is going to start now. I thought 2. Now I'm thinking 3.
Yeah.
How about now?
You just
we
added
can hear
another
you.
year. Hey, what's up?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, good.
I think they just added another year.
Maybe they
Sorry,
have
you
a
guys.
lot of stuff on him. I don't know. But not what I've seen. But you never know.
Uh-oh, she's on mute.
Ooh.
I'm back.
There you go. What's up?
Nothing much. How are you guys?
Fine.
Good. Tired. What are you thinking?
About
About this, what took place today? The whole court hearing, and
I
she
think
basically has
it's
to-
gonna go through.
Yeah,
Yeah. Looks like it.
I don't know. I think she's gonna go to the Supreme if she has to. She wants this shit. She wants it dismissed before she even goes to a trial, I bet.
I don't think they're gonna do it.
So what do you think they have on him?
I think they. I'm not. I. This is only speculation.
Okay.
I think they have I think they have. They might even have the weapon.
They said they don't. I don't think they do. You think they
When?
do? You think they do? What, the golf club?
No. Well, maybe. I mean, I think they have the weapon.
A large knife?
Or they have evidence of him having. No, I don't know. I think they have their evidence.
Well, you know, I go again to the trash can when it was upright, and I don't
Yeah.
want anybody to find it, but I saw something in the trash can which made me think something.
I gotta find that picture too.
Like what?
Well, I don't want to say anything until everybody sees it, because I don't want to put stuff in people's minds, because I've seen creators that are saying, look, this is what's happening, and then you start seeing it. You know what I mean? You like, they're describing what's in the video or describing what's going on, and then you automatically start seeing it. I don't want to do that.
You don't automatically. I mean, it might just.
Do you have a
point
picture of it,
out
Unravel? You can throw to me real quick?
of the trash can?
Yeah. Because I'd have to go through my folder.
Yeah.
I got so many pictures. It'd be from the beginning. Somewhere around
Who made
there.
a video? Katrina Miller says Dee Dee just made a video about it. Oh, Drip Drop.
About what?
The trash.
Oh, the trash?
No, I just saw something, and who knows? I just
I'm
want to look at it again.
curious.
I want to look at it again. There was
Check
a
it out.
pizza box for sure in there.
Well,
The
oh,
cult?
well,
The
that's
cult one or
interesting.
Yeah, there was a pizza box in there.
let's see. The trash. There it is from 10 days ago. It's 24 minutes. Here, let me check here. I'm just going to try and get a picture because there we go. So here, right here. All right, let me screen share it. Excuse me. Okay, here we go. There we go. There's the picture of the trash.
Oh, it's blocking a certain part. It's on the other side. You see the pillar that's blocking the other side of the trash?
That one right there?
Yeah, there's a pillar blocking the other side of the trash.
No, I already changed it.
Okay. I don't know.
Is that the one?
I need my glasses. Hold on a second.
Let me rewind it too. I'll get the other one. Oh, here we go. There.
Is there any way you could zoom in on that?
What about that one?
Yeah, if you could zoom in on it.
That's as close as I can get unless I take a picture. Which you want? All three
There,
garbage
okay, so
bags?
there's a
or-
pizza. Okay, so.
Oh,
so
well,
there's
from this, that looks like they already went through it.
Yeah, that's what it
this
does.
picture it does.
Yeah, there's a pizza box, but I did see something else sticking out of the garbage, and I'm not sure, but this picture doesn't show it, and it could be my imagination.
This is all the.
Yeah, there's something sticking out of it.
Is there like a reference? I'm trying
It's
to see
okay.
we
So
went
if you're
through the
looking,
picture.
if you're looking at hold on.
This picture.
Okay.
I think he pretty much shows all of them. Is there another one that? Yeah, that's. So this will show. Let me see here. All the pictures from. Let's see here. 9 minutes and 5 seconds.
Well, Katrina Miller kind of
Let me see.
put it in comment.
All right, 2 minutes it'll be shown. Okay. Yeah, I only have one screen. It was in the trash bag next to trash can.
Yeah.
So let me know. It's within these 2 minutes. Let me know when you want me to pause it. This right here. Which one? The first one? No, detective saying the first one.
See where the okay. So
I don't know if you're on a delay.
Yeah.
It's got Crime Sickers on there right now. Okay, now it goes to the garbage. There's the first picture.
Okay, pause it.
Yeah, I did. This is the first one that came up.
What? Well, I don't know. What do you see?
What do you?
I don't know. Just what do you see in the trash?
No,
bin,
I'm
the
talking to
trash can?
detective. I'm talking to detective.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm asking you guys. You guys are the one directed me.
Yes.
Shit,
Yes.
what do you mean?
I'm sorry.
You guys are directed me. I'm just trying to find out what you guys are trying to point out.
See, I didn't even know DD pointed out what it is.
Look at the bag. You can see a box.
I see like a
box in the
Chinese
bag.
box.
Yeah, a Chinese box.
Yeah, I don't. On this one, I don't see. Okay, so I don't see what I thought I saw. So I'm just gonna
And
say, forget
I'll
about it.
take a
Oh,
I'll
but
take a
look on the
picture.
ground though. What is that? On the ground, it looks like a rectangular box. But what
I don't
is?
know. I mean, I don't
Yeah.
know. I'm gonna go to the next one, and then I'll just take some pictures, and we can zoom in on them.
I didn't know that
That what?
that drip drop pointed it out, but I don't see it in this one. So
Well, what's he saying that's in the trash then? Bottom right corner. This is a zoomed in version.
well, it
Oh, this
looks.
box.
Well,
The
no,
box under the garbage can?
it looked like a sharp object, is what I'm saying. But I don't know. I don't see it here. So
Yeah, I'm talking to chat too. Because detectives is talking about these. What are you? But it's basically what DD pointed out. The bag next to the. I'll just go ahead and play it then. Hold on.
In the bottom right corner.
Here, we'll just replay it.
So every single episode, I said, this is going to be the final one. This is it. I can't continue on. I can't keep doing this. I can't keep subjecting myself and my loved ones to this horror. And now here we are, almost 30 episodes later. Almost an entire year. The anniversary's coming up. And that's super serious. R.I.P. Maddie, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan. Hopefully, they're in a much better place right now. Anyways, how about the property owner that owned this property as an investment just gives away his $1 million property to the University of Idaho for free? And so now, of course, the university wants that house destroyed ASAP because it's bad for business. Does everything in this life really have to come back to money? What kind of investor just gives away their $1 million house? At that point, why even be a landlord anymore for any other houses? Why not give those other houses in the investment firm away to people in need? People that are homeless, people that could actually use a house to live in. No, they just want to demolish a perfectly fine and dandy house. Somebody out there watching this right now would probably gladly live in that house with their family because you need a roof over your heads. And if one of you moved in, maybe one of you could even let me check out the bottom floor to see if there's an access point to the tunnel. I was listening to the Thought Riot podcast recently, and they're interested in exploring the tunnel. And I would explore the tunnel too. Maybe a team of us needs to explore the tunnel and see what's really going on down there. And spoiler alert, in my next episode, I have found another access point to the tunnel. And this one's undeniable. The other ones were questionable. This one is serious. Yeah, that's next time though. This time, let's check out this trash can. Look at this. Right here. Let's zoom in if you can't see it. This trash can remained full of trash, inside and outside of it, for weeks after the crime.
Yeah.
Apparently nobody considered that there might be some seriously important evidence inside of that trash can.
They would have poked
Maybe
through.
some important...
What? I mean,
I seen it.
seen what?
I don't know. It looks bent though. It looks like it has a black handle. If you go right there at the very bottom of that white, the one towards us.
The one with.
it looks like plastic.
There's a
It looks like-
black.
Yeah, I see the black thing, but it looks like plastic. That's not what I was referring to. There was something else.
Yeah, that wouldn't be it. There's no way.
Oh, Detective Golden put it in Discord, and some Tabby Cat sent you an email, CJ. It's something else.
Oh, an email about the garbage, Tabby? Because this.
Keep
Can
playing
somebody
it?
just tell me what I'm looking for?
Yeah. Well,
Uh,
I don't want to say it because I don't want people to start looking at it like that, because I don't know. I mean, I was just curious because I thought I saw something and I want to make sure that
okay,
what
but so
just keep playing it, I guess.
okay. What did you see unravel? I don't know what I'm
No,
looking
I
at.
see what Unravel sees, but it looks like plastic to me.
Yeah, it's not. Okay, well, I don't know. It's not what. Mm-mm.
Yeah. I guess just play it.
Maybe type it in. I don't know.
Yeah, just play it.
I'm starving. I haven't ate today.
I know I
Trash
haven't
can
either.
remains full of trash.
I'm just trying to find
inside
out what
and
we're looking
outside
at
of
here.
it for weeks after the crime. Apparently, nobody considered that there might be some seriously important evidence inside of that trash can. Maybe some important receipts. Maybe something with DNA.
Yeah, I mean, we've known that the garbage has been full, so I don't know what we're supposed to be
on it. Maybe even the passing away weapon was hidden inside of the garbage can,
right.
inside of a fast food container.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we knew.
that is a possibility.
Okay.
Let's check out this other image.
But what else? What are we not? What are we missing?
You can see these various humans here investigating the window.
Okay, he's talking about the window now. What are we missing about the garbage here? There's nothing else in this
I mean,
video.
they dug through
We
it.
already knew that the garbage didn't get
watch, just
emptied.
watch.
You know what I'm saying?
No,
What?
it looks like they dug through it. I mean, it looks like they dug through it.
Okay.
Just
I mean,
wait.
I get it.
We're angry.
What am I missing? We already knew the garbage wasn't emptied.
Okay.
Right? What am I missing here?
This is
Okay, keep
different.
playing it.
Look at
Why
how
would they
Okay, what?
just keep playing it.
be investigating this window
I know. I want pizza too. I keep thinking about pizza.
when the back
Shit.
sliding glass door was apparently left open? If the perpetrator apparently came in and out of the sliding glass door, what's so special about this window where you can't even see anything inside of that window? And look to their lower left, there's that trash can again with the trash. The clues they were all searching for seem to be right in front of them. But as they...
Okay,
Okay.
is that the picture?
Okay, you see that sticking out on the right? That thing?
What thing? It's a pizza box
No.
and a water bottle on top of it. What? What am I looking at?
See it on the corner.
I
It's
see,
on the
I
edge.
see
but
pizza
it
box.
doesn't-
Sorry.
I mean, it could be a
I'm
piece
seeing
of
pizza box.
Yeah, actually,
Oh, grease.
Look at there is something to the
it looks
right
like
of the
a wood,
A
like a
piece of
sharp
wood.
wood. That's what it looks
sharp-
like to me. Like a
No,
or
it's
metal.
cardboard.
Is it-
Out of the garbage
So,
can that's
okay,
standing up.
Swamp
Yeah.
Side
That's
Chick
cardboard.
says
That's
keep playing it.
cardboard. It's
It
cardboard. It's
definitely-
part of the pizza. Look, it's part of the pizza box.
Yeah,
you
I
all are gonna make me fucking not eat my damn food because I gotta show you a pizza box. All right, hold on.
Okay,
Hold on.
sorry.
like
Hold on.
I saw
I'll
that.
show you.
I didn't see it
I'll show
on
you.
this one. On
I'll show you a pizza box. It's part of a pizza box. Here.
I didn't want to see. You know what? I
I
need
love
to
you
eat.
guys. I love you
I need to
guys. I
eat.
love you guys. I love you guys. Hold on.
It's too early for me. It's only 3:49.
It's the sleuther in us. All right, hold on. I'll show you. It's a pizza box.
It's
Hold
not.
on.
Is it?
Yeah, it's a pizza box. It's the front part of okay.
Definitely.
So you know
not.
on a Domino's pizza, it's got the curved part up front, right? Imagine the curved part up front kind of tore off. That's what you're looking at. Okay. So I'm gonna zoom it in. Look, it's cardboard. You can see the ripples in it.
I agree with you.
You can see the ripples in it on the brown part. It's cardboard. It's the front part of a pizza box.
Oh. Oh, I kind of see that. Yeah.
Yeah, you can see the ripples.
Well, wait a minute. Half of it's brown and half of it's white.
Yeah, because it was tore. Yeah, because you got that part, like I'm saying, the front part of the pizza box where it's curved and angled or whatever, there's the pieces that have to fold together to create the sturdy corner cut.
Like the inside of the box.
Right. So you pull it apart, it's going to have that tan color on it. That's the front of a pizza box.
That's probably what it is. But you know what? I didn't see this on what's a prime bag? She said Detective Golden says it looks like a prime bag.
What, a unalive kit?
A prime bag? I don't know. Oh, I see what you're saying. The inside. Okay, I see.
Right.
Never mind.
Yeah. Where the two pieces fold.
I see it.
Yeah, the create the sturdy corner cut of the pizza box.
See it.
Yeah.
But I didn't see it here. I don't know where the hell. Well, last night I had some really bad dreams, so maybe I saw it there, but I don't know.
You're good.
I don't know. I see what you're saying.
You can even see the ripples, because it's like it was ripped. Like when you rip cardboard, right? You see the ripples inside of it.
Inside, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a piece that was ripped.
Oh, she's saying I don't sound convinced. Oh no, I'm just
broke down. Like they broke it down to fit.
Just tore it apart.
Yeah.
Maybe it's like this. I'm sorry, I've used part of a pizza box as a plate before.
Nina sees it.
I've used part of a pizza box as a plate. Right? What do? You rip it.
Yeah.
It's part of a ripped box.
No, I did have a bad dream the other night, but I don't know if this was there, but it was a terrible dream. But it does look like it's part of a pizza box, and that's why I didn't want to say anything because I don't want to put things in people's minds.
No, we're good.
Nina's saying, "Oh my God."
Yeah.
See, that's what I don't want to do. I don't want to put any thoughts, but it does look.
No,
like
we're
it's
good.
part of a box.
I wanted to see what you guys were talking about. I couldn't see it, but I didn't know that. We were looking for a weapon
I didn't want
hanging out of the
anybody
box
to
or
know.
whatever. Yeah.
No, it's good to do
that's why,
though. You can
that's
clear
why
it.
we look. Yeah, that's why we look, because other people thought that too. So when we're looking at it,
good to do.
Yeah, it's a pizza box. If somebody wants to be like, "Hey, did you see the knife sticking out of the?" We can already say, say, "Hey, guess what? We already looked at it." No,
Yeah, we
it's
did.
part of a pizza box.
And I can see it.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
It is.
Yeah, like SR data.
Like what? SR data. What's
sunroof data. Yeah.
Sunroof data.
Sunroof and moonroof. There's SR/MR data. Sunroofs and moonroofs can track your locations.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
You just have to rewind to the first part of the show, Yoli, and you'll get what we're talking about. Shit bricks, Yoli, shit bricks.
Okay. Well.
Yeah, we have our own language now after today's show, don't we, everybody? We do. Because it was very entertaining. Wait, which show? What was that? The beginning of this show, or was it the beginning of the show from this morning? I can't remember. Which one was it? Because it's been a long day for me, everybody. Already.
I don't know, but it has been a long day.
I've been streaming since 9:30.
Oh my God! I've been working.
Well, we're going to be doing game night here too. I gotta give myself some time to get some pizza.
I'm definitely gonna have a drink.
A shower
today.
Need a shower, some pizza, and then we'll be back for some games. Where's the food? I gotta order it still, so I have to wait.
Does anybody remember what Unravel was supposed to find that she may have had a close up of? God, I can't remember. I know that when we left, you had said, "Oh, Unravel, do you have a close up of that?" And I can't remember what it was.
Yeah, what was that?
I don't remember.
I'm thinking. I think I did do it, but I don't think I finished it.
What was it?
Well, a There's some family things that have happened. So, yeah.
The Cowboys stuff. I don't remember.
It was the grub truck.
This sick bug got my mind all.
Yeah, and then
remember.
age has got my mind.
I can't even remember where I put my damn Halloween mask that I got last week. Seriously, I'm like, where in the hell is that thing? Because I was gonna surprise you guys, but
There was something, and I remember thinking, "Oh, I wonder if Unravel has that." God, I can't remember. Maybe after I eat, I'll remember.
Oh wait, was it the white car going through? I do got. Oh, I do got it. I got the video of the white. Wait, I got a few videos here. But hold on.
Mind eraser. Yeah.
CRS.
I just remember it was something that I wanted to see, and I just don't remember now.
Oh, you're good. I'm ordering my pizza. Shit, I'm not waiting. I can't because we gotta do game night tonight too.
I gotta eat too,
and I'm not trying to. I don't want to be on for 12 hours, but I probably will be.
So Unravel, I'm gonna hop off to eat and drink and.
Let us know in Discord what it is. We'll do it on the next one.
The caption under CJ should say "looking for supper."
Oh, I am seriously. I at least need a break to eat and take a shower. That's it.
Well, we'll do that because that's important.
Yeah.
I gotta do that at least.
And I'll tidy this video up while you guys are doing that. All right.
Okay.
Or are you gonna put it out then?
If you want, I can put it out.
Or she can show us.
Yeah, let me. Well, here.
Well, how do you want me to do it? It doesn't matter to me.
No, you can put it out. I was gonna share your channel so they can sub to you if they're not.
Okay, so it does look like I got I can make it a slow motion one of the, but I don't know. I got the white car passing in the reflection, and then I have the brake lights of the private driver.
I don't know.
Oh, from the grub truck?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I heard you say something about how the parents feel like there was no uncomfortableness. And I get that part, but I think that they did.
Yeah.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, where they said that she wasn't uncomfortable or whatever.
I think she was, but I think that I don't know if they've noticed.
Well,
the guy, but he did walk away. I mean, he was gone out of the view of the camera.
The one thing I want to say about that is that family members, they know the person very well, and
they do,
and they can tell. But on the other hand, they may not be objective because that's their loved one.
I think if they actually looked at it and seen what, the guy stopping and coming back, and I think if they seen it, they would be like, "That is weird."
But this is where I was coming from. They were sleuthing better than the LE was. They would, if they were sleuthing that grub truck video, which I imagine they did. I would see that them pointing out little teeny things like what you would be pointing out. Those guys in the background. Why did she turn around? You know what I'm saying?
Do you know how long it took me though? Okay, so that took me a minute to catch that. I think that I thought it was kind of weird, but then when I actually zoomed up on them walking away and then lingering, then I was like, wait, that is weird.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is
I
they
don't know.
know best, so it's not going to take them that long to notice it.
I
They're
get-
sleuthing it.
I
They're
definitely
gonna
agree.
know. I mean, really, it's the part that they probably sleuthed the most was
The grub
10
truck.
minutes. 10 minutes. Over and 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 over. To me, they would have picked up on that shit before we picked up on it, is what I mean.
Yeah, no. Yeah.
They
And
would have
that-
said, hey, look at that guy in the back there. When she turns around, when Maddie says something to her and she turns over and looks, look, they would have a 10-minute, a 10-minute video of them sleuthing. I would see them noticing. And that's why I was saying, if he's saying that she wasn't uncomfortable, I got to take him for his word, because that's
No, I get it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I would love for them just to see it and get their thoughts on it.
No, and it's true because they know them the best. Like they know their demeanor.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
No,
his daughter.
I agree.
mean, for God's sake.
Absolutely, 100%.
But sometimes, when you're close to somebody, and they passed away, you're not objective. You want to believe that there was nothing there, like they were normal. I mean, maybe, but
it did seem like it though until
it did too to me. Honestly, as a female, it seemed like they were very uncomfortable. And I saw your thing, and it seemed like they were very uncomfortable. And then when those dudes left, they kind of relaxed a little bit.
Yeah, that's
like you could see it. Like
I mean, I saw it when you pointed it out. I saw it.
I want to get I still do too.
But I gotta go after it.
But we don't know because
Ethan Papa says,
No, yeah, I get that too.
No,
I would
absolutely.
love to see what they thought about it. Like, I don't know.
Oh, it's
Sleuth and Papa's 150. I'm just Sleuth and Papa's 150. He was the one that was always, he was the one giving us the information.
I just can't imagine. And you know what? I feel bad. I hope nobody's taking advantage of these families.
No, I know, and I feel like sometimes, like this whole, I don't know. I just hope certain creators aren't,
yeah, they're vulnerable. These
like
people.
eating it up and then putting it out, and then just like
they're
that thing in the
vulnerable.
trash. Yeah, it sucks.
That's why I'm not even.
They're actually good too. I'm not. Don't get me wrong.
No. It's just that they're vulnerable, and people want to know what's going on, and it's. Wait, Detective Golden is saying, CJ, read Katrina's comment about data box and BK car. Anyway, I thought I'd point that out.
No,
but
I'm already looking.
Yeah, I just hope they're not, because
trust me, I snap trolls quick as shit. I'm in chat.
Okay. So I just hope they're not taking advantage of the family. That's all. I mean, it's okay for the, the family needs to grieve. They want an outlet, whatever. But, gosh, I would just stay far away from the family. I don't know them. They need to just grieve.
But if there's something they need to know, I hope they do.
Well, yeah, but that's a prosecution's job.
Well,
you know,
but
yeah,
and maybe they'll get it. But I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if we need to even. Who knows? They might have it. I don't know.
Well, who knows what the grand jury saw and what they, and maybe Ann Taylor had to go through all of this to get to the Supreme Court. And that's how it is.
I don't know. Maybe StreamYard's messing up. I don't see. I'm all the way back to the garbage can talk. I don't see anything about See, I'm all the way up to here.
The screen's not showing.
StreamYard's been in and out.
Well,
so
maybe you should just go eat.
It might not have a comment. Can you just repeat the comment? I don't see it. I'll highlight all of them as I go.
The comment.
Yeah, about the black box.
Oh.
StreamYard.
That's in BK's vehicle. I'm thinking that
there was a comment about the black box. So I'm trying to.
When you switch registration, sometimes it looks like it was purchased. Like if you switch registration in another state, it looks like it was purchased. But I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, it's about the black box.
Oh, never mind. Okay.
Not the registration.
Never mind.
I'm not seeing. Yeah, we're back in the trash bag talk. StreamYard must have bugged out. There was a data box in it per manual.
She ran the VIN.
All you have to do is send me a friend request, Evil CJ Jacqueline. That's it. Let's see.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna go eat. I'm really hungry.
What time is it? Yeah, I got like 15. No, I got 10
Enjoy.
minutes. All right. Yeah, I got 10 minutes until I get my pizza. She ran the VIN. Okay. Yeah, do me a favor. Send me the link or like a screenshot or something. Can you, Katrina? That'd be sweet. I appreciate you looking that up. And I will put out, it'll probably be about an hour and a half until we go live for the game show. Thank you. I appreciate that, Katrina.
All right. Okay, so I'll see you guys later.
Yeah, we'll be back
Okay.
about an hour and a half or so.
Okay, bye-bye.
Good night, everybody.
Enjoy. Bye, you guys.